minefield of incriminating emails that should preclude Hillary from occupying the Oval Office, and far more to FBI Director Comey's shocking news conference than meets the eye. In my new book, Guilty as Sin, I uncover the real story behind Hillary's email scandals and how she stayed one step ahead of the law, at least for now. Get the whole story on what the FBI investigators found on Hillary's email server. Find out how FBI Director Comey threatened to resign over White House interference and his secret plan to go around the Justice Department. And read what tricks Bill and Hillary still have up their sleeves to get them to the White House. Guilty as Sin is the book that will break through the wall of secrecy behind Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign.
Read Guilty as Sin by Edward Klein. Available October 4th at Amazon and bookstores everywhere.
You won't hear the traditional conservative views or the standard libertarian ones on the Yaron Brook Show. What you will hear is a discussion of Ayn Rand's radical fundamental principles of freedom, objectivist perspective on rational self-interest, laissez-faire capitalism, and individual rights. Yaron Brook invites you to the discussion. You'll be intrigued, inspired, and possibly angered. The Yaron Brook Show, Saturday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey guys, Mike Moylan of Smart Money Talk.
And I'm his co-host, Rob Curvin.
Join Robert and me each week for intellectual discussions on your wealth acumen.
Translation? Join us each week for Smart Money Talk with Mike and Rob.
Smart Money Talk brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, helping you achieve financial security.
Send your questions to smartmoneytalk.net. That's smartmoneytalk.net. Then start your morning with Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and me, Rob Curvin.
Saturday mornings at 6 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. A mom from Northern California whose daughter requested a note to excuse her tardiness obliged the teen with a sarcastic letter that's gone viral. Nicole Popick of Clarksburg, just south of Sacramento, posted a picture of the handwritten note on Facebook. She had a rough morning with her 14-year-old daughter, Kara, and blamed what she called the girl's teenageism for being late for school. In her Facebook post accompanying her note to school, Miss Popick wrote, quote, "This is what happens when you are tardy as a result of your own poor choices." She says she even walked into school with Kara to make sure she handed the note to an office worker. In the note, she said Kara appeared to be recovering her senses after watching her cell phone fly out the car window. The mother says she did indeed throw Kara's cell phone out of the car window, but she was later able to retrieve it unharmed from a neighbor's yard and kept it for 4 days as punishment. She said, "You're still responsible for your own actions, even if you're in a lousy mood." For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Our global and interconnected world impacts the market from more angles than ever before. Learn how to have more control over your investments and make proactive decisions based on market indicators. The show not to miss is Empowered Investing, Strategies for Proactive Investors, Saturdays at noon. Hosted by Joe Lopresti, founder of the Investor Education Institute and veteran investment manager with Arlington Capital Management. Stop following the herd. Learn how to become a smarter investor. Empowered Investing, Saturdays at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
Sunday morning at 5. It's about business, your business. Business Insanity Talk Radio, where they help you get your small business unstuck. They show you how to increase your sales, make more money, hire the best people, navigate legal issues, and get a lot more done. The show is sponsored by Sage One, Nextiva, and Saper Law Group. Listen Sunday morning at 5 to the final word in small business. Business Insanity Talk Radio with Barry Moltz on AM 560, The Answer.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got The Answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They are mourning in Israel. One of their longtime leaders, Shimon Peres, has died.
I think he reached the conviction in the 1980s that Israel was strong enough to make concessions for peace, and to take risks for peace.
And that's former U.S. Ambassador to Israel Daniel Kurtzer. Fox's Jessica Gallagher is live in Jerusalem.
Dave, the former Israeli president and prime minister, passed away at the age of 93 after suffering a major stroke 2 weeks ago. The elder statesman's son, Chemi.
He worked tirelessly for Israel from the very first day of the state to the last day of his life.
The Nobel Prize winner held nearly every single high-level position during his 7 decades in government here. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, one of Perez's biggest political rivals, described him as a man of peace who worked until his final days towards reconciling with Israel's neighbors. Dave.
Jessica, President Obama will join world leaders at Shimon Peres's funeral Friday. Former President Clinton and Hillary will also attend. Bernie Sanders will be by Hillary Clinton's side today, rallying in New Hampshire, while Donald Trump will campaign in Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin, coming off the most watched presidential debate ever.
Almost every single poll had us winning the debate.
However, they are not scientific polls, and the Clinton camp is sort of laughing that off. The Clinton camp believing that most objective analysts suggest that the first half hour or so was dominated by Trump with his change message, but then Clinton steadied herself and really put Trump on defense for the rest of the debate.
Fox's said, Henry, there's been another police shooting prompting protests, this one near San Diego.
They kept on asking him, do you got a weapon? He like, no.
But El Cajon police say the black man pulled out an object from his pocket, pointed at cops in a shooting stance yesterday afternoon. An officer opened fire. The man later died. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In Chicago this morning, we have light rain showers. 53 degrees. It's 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. The Chicago Teachers Union is authorizing a strike. The union's governing body will decide later today whether to send in that 10-day strike notice to the State Education Labor Relations Board. Federal judge is blocking Election Day polling place voter registration in the state of Illinois. We get the update from AM 560's David Stewart.
The ruling means the densely populated areas of Illinois, like Chicago, will not be allowed to sign voters up in the polling places this November, as they did on the day of the March primary. Governor Rauner says he doesn't want to offer an opinion when a case is still pending.
I'll say that I support increasing voter participation and access to voting. And obviously, we need to make sure that whenever we change something, we make sure we are compliant with federal election law and we keep integrity in the system.
Republicans filed suit claiming the law is unfair because voters in less populated areas don't have equal access. There could be an appeal. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A Cook County judge denies bail to a known gang member and repeat gun offender who's charged in the Saturday night killing of a man near Millennium Park. 32-year-old Paul Pagan allegedly intervened in a heated sidewalk discussion, then shot Peter Fabry of Berwyn, who died the next day. A man wrongfully convicted of murdering a boy in Chicago is free after spending 20 years behind bars. Mark Maxson was released from the Stateville Correctional Center after DNA evidence led a Cook County judge to throw out his conviction. Donald Trump and his daughter Ivanka campaigning in the Chicago area today. The GOP presidential nominee headlining a fundraising luncheon at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. The guest list includes former Bears head coach Mike Ditka and Cubs owner Todd Ricketts. Hillary Clinton will be in Chicago on Thursday for a Lawyers for Hillary event, a $150,000 per ticket reception. White Sox over Tampa Bay 13-6. Cubs over the Pirates 6-4. Bears signed running back Joique Bell and placed cornerback Kyle Fuller on injured reserve. The news service of Staples with great deals on everything you need printed for your business. Now get 20% back in rewards on all color printing, brochures, flyers, even signs, printed same day or next day, ends 10/29. See store or staples.com. Exclusions apply. For details, Staples, make more happen. 5:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager laughs at the media coverage of Hillary Clinton.
New York Times says that Matt Lauer wasn't tough enough on Trump. It's too tough on Hillary. The thought that the press is too tough on Hillary Clinton makes one choke. I have nothing to say because the absurdity of it is only acceptable if you live in the world of the New York Times mentality.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
It's 5:07. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Road work has cleared on 53 at Palatine Road, also on Lakeshore Drive at the Stevenson. There's still some work on the outbound Rhine in the left lane at 95th, extending to King Drive on the outbound Mission Ford. Inbound, Rhine has stop-and-go traffic from Stevenson to 18th, where a crash quickly cleared, about a 5-minute delay. Speeds are reduced pretty much everywhere due to the rain. Also on the Chicago's north side, there's a rerouting of CTA buses on Milwaukee Avenue around Ashland and Augusta. Some water department activity going on there, we're told. Traffic is a service of Napa Auto Parts. With quality parts and more than 90 years of experience, Napa Auto Parts can help you keep just about anything on the road. Stop by your local Napa store and keep it running longer, stronger with Napa know-how. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Ashley Benoit.
Mostly cloudy and breezy today with occasional rain, a high of 62. Mostly cloudy tonight as well with a shower in spots, low 56. Mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow with a passing shower or two and a high of 69 degrees. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 54 degrees and rain showers. Next news at 5:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we've got the numbers in from the debate.
Yeah, pretty good.
84 million?
Yeah, 84 million. That's exactly what I have, Dan. We agree on something so early in the morning.
Well, I guess we're both going by the Nielsen ratings.
Exactly.
I don't know
what
how
other
accurate
ratings
those are, but
what other ratings are there to go by? And by the way, I really like your blouse this morning.
Thank you.
Where did you get it? You and your friend Matt, because I see Matt has a similar top to what you're wearing today.
What are you implying about my
I don't know.
Matt?
I mean, you're both snazzy dressers.
Yeah, that's right.
I like
couple
it.
of metrosexuals on the scene in the big city. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not.
You know, as the seasons change, so does my wardrobe. I am nothing if not a slave to haute couture.
Oh my gosh. Who did you? Haute couture? Who?
Haute couture, like
Oh,
high fashion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about a certain clothing line.
My runway days may be over, but it doesn't
Mhm.
mean that I can't still.
Well, you're not dressing as if you've given up on life. Like I dress some days.
No, that's true.
With my Lululemon or my Athleta.
Well, in the immortal words of ZZ Top, every girl's crazy about her sharp-dressed man. And so that's me. So anyway, $84 million. Trump in Bolingbrook today.
Yes.
Making Bolingbrook great again. Raising some money. Also, Ivanka in tow today, coming to Chicago.
Yeah, she's going to a private home in Chicago to raise money. Do you know these people?
I don't.
Do you know these rich people?
Yes, I know some rich people.
Throwing around money like, manhole covers. Here, have some more cash.
Yes.
But since the debate, and since, of course, Donald Trump declared that he won, their campaign has raised $16 million online.
Yeah.
I got a few from Eric and from Donald Jr. asking me to donate just $5 and then donate $10. But yeah, it's paid off. $16 million in less than 24 hours. That's good stuff.
Well, so they're in town today, and we're still doing a little bit of postmortem on the debate. And something that's particularly important that was discussed in the debate is law enforcement. And it becomes even more important as the picture of the police-involved shooting in Charlotte comes into focus. And let me tell you something. As predicted here, it does not look good for the looters and the race hustlers and the political demagogues, including the Democrat nominee for president. Remember how I said, explain to me how you think it is rational to believe that these police officers in Charlotte surrounded Keith Scott and repeatedly gave him the command to put his gun down, except there was no gun there. There was a book he was reading. He was just rolling a joint and minding his own business. Yeah, that doesn't appear to be the case, according to reports out yesterday, including from WBTV in Charlotte.
Oh, yeah, that's that ABC affiliate, right?
They produced the gun that they found in Keith Lamont Scott's possession. It was reportedly stolen in a residential breaking and entering. Sources said the man accused of stealing the gun was interviewed and is on record stating he sold the gun to Keith Scott. That's one important development. And you'll remember Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Chief Kerr Putney said, I'm not going to litigate the case here. You're not going to get anything conclusive from the dash cam and body cam video. But let me tell you, when you have all of the other contextual evidence, the story that I told you from the beginning is the story that is true, and it will ultimately be proven true. Well, so there's that. They have an actual gun, and they've got somebody who said, I sold the gun to Keith Lamont. We know Keith Lamont Scott, and we know he was a convicted felon. He served time in prison.
Right.
Here's the other thing we find. Scott's wife, whose cell phone video made so much news over the weekend.
Rakia Scott. She's
She
filed for a motion of order of protection.
Yeah, a temporary
Happens.
restraining order on October 5th. He was not allowed in their apartment. By the way, that's why he was there in that apartment complex, because he lives there.
Mhm.
His point of order.
They said
he was also told at the time. He was told at the time of the restraining order, the TRO, to turn over a black 9mm handgun he owned illegally.
Well, she said that he worked as a security officer at a local mall, and that's why he carried the 9mm. But if you're a convicted felon, you shouldn't be in possession of a weapon anyway.
That's why it's described as owning it illegally,
Right.
because it was.
But she said in the court order, I read it, that he hit their 8-year-old son in the head, and that he kicked her, and that he threatened to kill them with that gun.
That's right. She wrote, I'm quoting from her the details regarding the restraining order. This is from his wife. Quote, he said he is a quote unquote killer, and we should know that. She said the man, and then she said she also checked a box on that TRO saying her husband had threatened her with a gun before.
And this was almost a year ago to the date.
Mm-hmm. The gun recovered from the scene was stolen, later sold to Mr. Scott. This is being reported generally. The suspect in that case, who has not been identified, told officials at ATF that he sold the gun to Scott. That's where he is on record as delineating the sale between of the gun to Mr. Scott. So, and also, by the way, another piece of local reporting, what alerted police to Mr. Scott in the parking lot was not that he
the
was...
size of the book?
No, it was not that he was, mouth reading The Great Gatsby.
You said earlier he was reading To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yes, right. But it was...
What was it?
Or even that he was willing to join it, as the police chief said, they were going to kind of move past that because they had a more important police matter to deal with, which was the person who had a warrant for their arrest that they were looking for at that apartment
so they're
complex.
serving a warrant for, and then how did they run into Keith?
Scott's outside of his car brandishing a gun.
Oh, almost asking for it?
Well,
do you think he might have planned this?
Or
why would he be?
I don't know. I'm telling you how this all starts to make sense, and you actually put puzzle pieces together that produce a plausible picture. So that's why you have police turning their attention away from their initial mission at that apartment complex and drawing their guns on Scott and repeatedly telling him to put the gun down. So now I would wonder if some people who have blurred the lines of distinction between the police-involved shooting in Charlotte and the police-involved shooting in Tulsa and have suggested, as Hillary Clinton did at the debate, this is all of the same kind. This is police shooting black men. That's what that's all
and
is.
And we have another one this morning, 30 miles southwest of San Diego. African-American was shot by police and outside of his car. They said he was acting erratically. They asked him to put his gun down. He was in a shooting stance, and that's the picture that the police have released, and he was fatally shot. Now his sister, who was nearby, said, no, that wasn't a gun.
Yeah, well,
and we do,
Charlotte, anybody would like to revise and extend their remarks on Charlotte at this point? Or do you want to wait till more evidence piles up? We reported the other day, you had mentioned the ABC News report, that they found...
fingerprint, DNA, and blood on that gun.
So he was reading a book, he was unarmed, he was backing up, and the police executed him. That was the story I heard. And now, as the evidence is produced and the picture comes into focus, what's the actual story?
That he owned a weapon, and he, at some point in time, probably brandished it and was pointing it towards the police officers. But what we saw on the body camera, what I saw at least, was his hands down by his side, walking backward. And his wife yelling at him, don't you do it, Keith. Don't do it. Don't do it. So I don't know what she was telling him not to do. Maybe stop pointing a gun at the police officers. Conjecture on my part. That's possible. But yeah, of course, Hillary Clinton was a rush to judgment for her. And she used it as a political move to help garner the African-American vote.
Yeah, and
that's all that is.
This is Hillary Clinton on police at the debate.
Secretary Clinton, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other.
Oh, imagine.
And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, why am I feeling this way?
Why am I feeling this way?
She's the one who led the charge in jumping to conclusions.
I know why I'm feeling this way.
Why?
Because of people like Hillary Clinton. There's this from Heather McDonald writing in City Journal today, the author of War on Cops. 4 studies have come out this year alone that demolish the charge that police officers are shooting black males out of implicit bias. They show that if there is bias among police officers and they're shooting at all, it works in favor of blacks and against whites. McDonald goes on to write, implicit bias training based on a lie is a grotesque waste of resources at a time when officers are desperate for more hands-on tactical training that will help them make those crucial shoot-don't-shoot decisions in the field or avoid being put in such an excruciating situation in the first place. And we're going to talk to Laney Davis if we can, get past all the ground rules for talking to Laney Davis in the 7 o'clock hour. But I can't wait to talk about law enforcement and Hillary's views on law enforcement as expressed in that debate. I hope people were listening very closely as they decide on which side of the line they want to be recorded as having stood with civilization and police officers or with looters and racial demagogues, because that's the choice that's being presented in part in this election. It's why Donald Trump is getting the backing of so many police unions. And Hillary Clinton exposed herself for who she is on this issue, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Black Lives Matter.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hillary Clinton explaining further why African Americans are always victimized. And then your phone calls. Grab a line. 312-642-5600 is our Turnkey.pro answer line. Here's your forecast for today. Rain's going to greet you when you walk out the door. It's going to be cloudy most of the day and rain on and off throughout the day, a high of just 62 degrees. I'm sure it's slick roadways out there. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Yes, delays will be greeting you on the inbound Ryan. There was a crash at 18th. It's gone now, but delays start at the Stevenson. Express lane's actually a bit heavier. Delays start there just past 35th. Now it's about 18 minutes from 95th to downtown. Outbound 15. There's still some road work in the left lane. 95th on the ride down to King Drive on the Bishop Ford. I-57 getting heavy and hurried. 21 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford 19. Eden's Kennedy still okay, but speeds are reduced with the rain. Same goes for the Eisenhower and the Stevenson. No tollway issues right now. Northwest Indiana, for now, looks good. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Unload the stress of the day at the range at 355 in Bolingbrook across I-355 from the Bass Pro Shop. A new state-of-the-art gun range featuring a fully loaded store and comfortable instructional classrooms founded by patriots like you. Visit range355.com.
Check it out, it's the Terminator. Hey, when'd you get back, huh?
Did you have to shoot anyone?
Why are you so distant? Are you not happy to see me?
So what's the deal? You gonna get a job now or what?
Why are you being so jumpy? Put all that stuff behind you, okay?
No one knows what it's like to come back from Iraq or Afghanistan unless they were there. Join other veterans at communityofveterans.org because we know where you're coming from. Brought to you by Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America and the Ad Council.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy are talking about the new evidence and the police-involved shooting in Charlotte and some of what Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump had to say about law enforcement and the racial politics surrounding law enforcement in the debate.
Yeah, one thing that stuck out for me is when she was talking about African Americans and how difficult it is to be African American nowadays when you're simply walking down the street.
And it's just a fact that if you're a young African American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little.
Yeah. So a couple things there. One, this is from Heather McDonald again, who's become the definitive source here, a well-researched piece in City Journal yesterday, city-journal.org. Analysis of Delaware's prison population presented to the Delaware Access to Justice Commission's Committee on Fairness in the Criminal Justice System revealed that when juvenile and adult criminal records are taken into account, along with the arrest charges and age, racial disparities in sentencing decisions are negligible to non-existent. So,
really?
yeah, so there's evidence to suggest that this meme of the left turns out to be a bit of a distortion. Also, this we know with respect, and I want to go to this op-ed written in the New York Times by a Yale law professor, black Yale law professor. It's just unbelievable. But David French points out, National Review, black Americans hardly the only racial group to die at the hands of police. Hundreds more white Americans die every year. Moreover, if you narrow the toll of black deaths by excluding individuals who are armed and actively endangering police or the public, and then exclude the people who were unarmed and violent, the hundreds becomes a number so small as to represent an utterly insignificant risk to any law-abiding person, black or white. So when you actually look at the circumstances of these cases, as we've talked about in Chicago, just to use Chicago as a microcosm, 3,000 shootings this year, 11 police-involved shootings. Virtually all of those police-involved shootings, good shoots. If you actually look at the circumstances, what was the person who was shot doing? There are incidents, and they are high profile, and they are reported on obsessively. Walter Scott in South Carolina, where the police acted wrong, and by the way,
he's been charged.
The police officer is going to be in jail for life, right? So, yes, but the police officers are still human. You're going to have outliers, but when you actually control for evidence in these matters, this risk trends to zero, and yet you have this law professor. Chris LeBron, law professor at Yale. I'm not sure how many days are left in my life. I'm not suffering from a terminal disease. I don't work in a high-risk occupation. I don't have suicidal thoughts. I don't even live in an especially dangerous neighborhood. Oh, no kidding.
Should we cue the sad music?
I am racially black, and I live in America, which raises the question, will I live as long as I intend?
Oh.
Yale law professor. He depending on who you are, the question may seem absurd. No one truly knows their own lifespan, but I do believe I'm at special risk. He goes on to say, maybe this is how black Americans ought to plan for life in America. Holding out the hope to meet basic goals and striving to achieve larger ambitions, knowing that all the while the present-day effects of America's racial history can fatally disrupt enjoying, celebrating, commemorating the results of achievements, small or large. Let me be honest with you. That is neither rational nor is it fair, and there's still the small matter of the luck that runs out. I wish I knew America's plan for me. Yale law professor Charles LeBron. I suppose part of America's plan for you was the opportunities to become a Yale law professor.
Yeah.
How about that? I mean, the rarefied space of a law professor at an Ivy League law school, and I'm at special risk. What's America's plan for me? This is the psychosis that you're dealing with in this politically correct adult culture. Kent in Lincoln Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Dan, me and you had this one spot on. Amy, the only thing you had right about this was that he was a human being. The people who saw this through the prism of race are the biased people, and I believe you're biased too, by the way, Amy. You're a white liberal that basically blame the police first instead of waiting for the facts and giving the police the benefit of the doubt. So that's very unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
All right, thanks, Kent. Ralph in Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. You're talking about Yale law professor. I mean, I think of another famous black Yale law grad, and he just ended up as nothing. I think his name is Clarence Thomas. I'm also thinking about Hillary's inherent bias statement. It was hugely offensive. And I'm wondering, this gentleman who was shot in Charlotte, who had the gun, and the police chief, all of his statements are proven to be true, just like he claimed. Who signed his Form 4473? Because I think if he was a felon, he was already in violation of Question 11I, maybe Question 11G or H. And I just find it shocking that every time there is a story like this, we're supposed to think that a video shot by somebody involved with somebody at the crime somehow is going to carry more weight and exonerate the perp rather than the police testimony or the cameras that they are bringing to the crime scene as they're in fact, doing their part in clearing it up. It really is unfortunate, and I do not rush to judgment on these things. I like waiting for the facts to come in, and more often than not, I am satisfied in justice watching the facts bear out as they are in fact brought to us to evaluate by the police and people who are competent in doing these things, not sidewalk video people.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. The other thing that's so disconcerting about these cases, we're supposed to start from the premise that it's more likely than not that a group of police officers are nothing more than an execution squad. That's what's offensive.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. And, I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, how do you like your machata? Fat, skinny, Miss Piggy, Miss Housekeeper? We'll explain.
With hot sauce.
We'll explain coming up. Hola. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
54 degrees, rain showers, and protests this morning in a San Diego neighborhood. Shooting of a black man by police there is sparking protests. The El Cajon Police Department says officers responded to a report of an African-American man behaving erratically. President Obama and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will join world leaders at the funeral of former Israeli Prime Minister and President Shimon Peres. Hillary Clinton says Donald Trump was not adequately prepared for the first presidential debate.
And he made it very clear that he didn't prepare for that debate. And what we hear from my opponent is dangerously incoherent.
Donald Trump on the stump says Hillary Clinton didn't represent any change for America.
She's the candidate of yesterday, and ours is the campaign, and we're the people of the future.
Trump made that comment while campaigning in Melbourne, Florida. Wells Fargo's CEO giving up millions of dollars as the bank conducts a probe into its retail sales practices. John Stump will forfeit unvested equity awards worth about $41 million. The president of the NBA's Milwaukee Bucks says the city his team is in is the most segregated and racist place he's ever experienced in his life. Peter Fagan is a resident of New York City but owns the Milwaukee Bucks. He also adds that the team's new arena will help repair the city's racial problem. Chicago Teachers Union authorizing a strike. Union's governing body will decide later today whether to send that strike notice to the State Education Labor Relations Board. Cook County judge denies bail to a known gang member and repeat gun offender who's charged in a Saturday night killing of a man near Millennium Park. 32-year-old Paul Pagan allegedly intervened in a heated sidewalk discussion, then shot 54-year-old Peter Fabry of Berwyn, who died the next day. And this morning, Northwestern says it will play all of its home basketball games in 2017-2018 at Allstate Arena in Rosemont, while the on-campus arena, Welsh Ryan, undergoes a $110 million renovation. White Sox over Tampa Bay 13-6. Cubs beat Pittsburgh 6-4. The News is a service of Staples. Staples has great deals on everything you need printed for your business. Now get 20% back in rewards on all color printing, brochures, flyers, even signs. Printed same or next day. Ends 10/29. Exclusions apply. See store or staples.com for details. Staples, make more happen. 5:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity finds Trump's approach refreshing.
Donald Trump is a risk taker. Donald Trump is not afraid to speak his mind. Donald Trump, showed that you can take a position of strength and take a risk and stand on your position, and lo and behold, instead of making an apology tour like Obama, other countries will respect your strength. He's willing to say what needs to be said. It's actually refreshing.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Plus up your day with Centrum Silver multivitamins, upgraded with more vitamin D3. It's a healthy addition you can feel good about.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gevalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience
was
as
a Miss
comfortable
Universe
as possible.
person.
Best Dental Group is located
We
in
can
historic downtown
accept,
Bartlett
we
and
can is
is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930.
Donald Trump is a feminist. Donald Trump.
Are
you sure?
I am absolutely.
Or
I sure would have talked about what she did to Monica Lewinsky. What that woman standing there did to Monica Lewinsky, trying to paint her as an
I'm going to leave it to the
Mike
fact
Rowe
checkers
here for 1 hour.
to
Today,
go
Chuck is
through all
jogging in
of,
place to make a point about energy
all of
efficiency.
Donald Trump's claims. There
for a
were-
marathon.
there was a lot of
He's been
work
at it
for
now
fact
for
checkers last
3
night.
minutes, and already he's wearing out.
Last night,
Your heating and air
when I
conditioning
debated
systems are a lot like
Secretary
Chuck.
Clinton
somehow cool.
on America's
Using wasting
future.
energy and probably headed for replacement. You're talking about the air systems, right? Sure, pal.
For
Sure.
90 minutes.
Call 1 hour before it's too late. Can you do the disclaimer for me? Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county. Thanks.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
5:37. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Elmhurst, there's a crash on eastbound North Avenue right at 290. The inbound Eisenhower is heavy past Wolf Road. 31 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. Edens and the Kennedy are wet, but otherwise okay. Inbound Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 5 to 34. Ryan is 19 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 32. Tollways are okay. Traffic service of Napa Auto Parts. With quality parts and more than 90 years of experience, Napa Auto Parts can help you keep just about anything on the road. So stop by your local Napa store to keep it running longer, stronger with Napa know-how. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy and breezy, occasional rain showers, and a high of 62. Currently, we have rain and 53. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Listen to Freedom any time of any day. Go to walshfreedom.com/podcast. Freedom returns at 5.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So more debate fallout. One of the things Hillary has apparently accomplished is she's closing the porn vote gap with Donald Trump.
Excuse me? The porn vote?
Because the former Miss Universe that she invoked, Alicia Machado,
Machado. See.
Machado.
Alicia Machado.
Yeah, with an O.
All right. Some people are still pronouncing it with an A, but Machado. Okay, so what is she doing? What is she a porn star?
Yeah, she's appeared in pornographic videos. Snippets
Really?
of an adult film starring Machado available on multiple free porn websites. So, I mean, again, anytime you criticize one of the two candidates for something, the other candidate has the same weakness to a certain degree, and it includes even porn stars. That's the kind of election we've got in this idiocracy.
Well, Alicia Machado, former Miss Universe and former porn star, is now married. She's a U.S. citizen. She's a working mother. She has a family, and she was very surprised when her name came up during the presidential debate.
He tried to switch from looks to stamina, but this is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs, and someone who has said pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers, who has said women don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men. And one of the worst things he said was about a woman in a beauty contest. He loves beauty contests, supporting them and hanging around them. And he called this woman Miss Piggy. Then he called her Miss Housekeeping because she was Latina. Donald, she has a name.
Where did you find
her
this?
name
Where
is
did you find
Alicia
this?
Machado.
Where did you find
and
it?
she has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she's going to vote this November.
Okay, good. Let me just tell you.
Donald Trump acted
So lame.
surprised. Like, where'd you find that? Where did you know? I don't think he handled it well, but he made matters worse when he went on Fox and Friends yesterday and he took the bait. And I watched the interview. He brought this up about Alicia Machado. He wasn't asked. So he inserted himself. He made matters worse.
I know that person. That person was a Miss Universe person, and she was the worst we ever had. The worst, the absolute worst. She was impossible. And she was a Miss Universe contestant and ultimately a winner who they had a tremendously difficult time with as Miss Universe. She was the winner, and she gained a massive amount of weight. And it was a real problem. We had a real problem.
Well, she gained, according to Trump, 55 pounds. That is a massive amount of weight. But she claims that he shamed her. I mean, besides calling her Miss Piggy and Miss Housekeeping, he also called her the eating machine. And then in 1996, he did this stunt where he took her to a gym and he worked out with her at the gym to try and get her back in shape. And she said since then she's had depression, eating disorders, and she's really has never been the same.
Okay, so now here's the other side of the story after all of that maudlin silliness.
That's not silliness. That's the facts.
Here's some other facts. Trump said that although Machado, this is 97, this is a report from CNN. Here's some facts. Trump said that although Machado put on 60 pounds in just 9 months, there's no way he would strip the title away from her, putting to bed rumors that her weight was threatening her continued possession of the Miss Universe title. Some people, when they have pressure to eat too much, like me, like Alicia, said Trump, we have a choice, termination or do this. We wanted to do this. And that was the stunt that you called. It was actually saving her title. That's what it.
To go to the gym.
It was.
Okay.
You're in the news business, right? So you understand weight clauses that anchors and anchorettes have.
Men don't have them, but some
Whatever.
women do.
So they do. So it's a voluntary contract. Whether if you don't want to work there, then don't work there. And so that's a reality. So this is the same thing here. You have a contract.
Oh,
so
I get
so
it. I
I'm not
understand.
done. So she could have been terminated, and Donald Trump chose not to terminate her. So that's part of it. Here's the other thing about this delicate little flower. She's referred to Donald Trump as a Nazi rat. Here's another thing about this delicate little flower. If we want to pour over the life of Alicia Machado, the silliness of this presidential election, but I understand that people are looking for anything to cling to rather than talk about Hillary's record. So let's talk about a back and forth over some Miss Universe from 20 years ago. Fine, let's talk about it. Court documents in 1998 revealed that Miss Machado was accused of driving her boyfriend from the scene of a murder attempt. A judge in Venezuela also claimed on national television that she had threatened his life.
Maybe he didn't like her weight gain either, and he
Right.
said either
Yeah,
lose LPs
okay.
or I'm going to shoot you. So she's been making the rounds. She's going to make the rounds again this morning, trying to convince people that Donald Trump's a misogynist and everybody should be a Democrat.
Right.
We can't accept more insults for my Latin community. No more. No more insults for the women. I know very well Mr. Trump, and I can see the same person that I met 20 years ago.
Give me a break. You know, I mean, look, Trump has said intemperate things and ignorant things, and the name calling is beneath a presidential candidate, the name calling of a certain variety, you know, crooked Hillary, fine, whatever, the back and forth in politics. But yeah, so I'm not, you know, look at that face and Carly Fiorina. I don't defend those comments. They're inappropriate. They're sophomoric. But this idea that now Alicia Machado is some kind of feminist heroine is absurd. And the idea also that she didn't know Hillary Clinton was going to bring her up, but yet they're on the campaign stump the next day. Give me a break. Take the fishhook out of your mouths. This is all contrived. She is not a victim. She is a political hack that Hillary has identified and agreed to fall in with the campaign, who's got a dubious background going all the way back from to her Miss Universe days 20 years ago.
When she was 18 years old.
So I mean, just, you know, spare me that now she's a mom and a, you know, pillar of the community and all this other
Oh, I didn't
drivel.
say she was a pillar. And you're right. I mean, if you do get fat, you can lose the crown. That's part of the rules of the pageant.
And so if Donald Trump would have terminated her and said nothing, what would we be saying? Oh, he's a weight discriminator.
He's a fattest.
Yeah. God, good grief. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, real quick, I got to catch a train. But the fact is that,
let's keep
you know, what he should have said is, look, I like beautiful women, and so does your husband, because he hangs around with beautiful women.
That would
and then the other thing
but that would be a lie.
Well, she talks about
the beautiful part. You know.
Babies are a burden to a corporation. Well, then why do the Democrats push babies are a burden to women, and then they go out and kill the babies through abortion? That not even mentioned. And she can't even correlate that. And even Obama said, yeah, the pregnancies are a burden to women. So,
right.
You know, the Democrats are just disgusting.
Okay, thanks for the call, Ed, and that's a summary statement.
Maybe, you know, we might see your buddy Alicia Machado probably on the next season of Dancing with the Stars. Oh, by the way, Governor Perry got kicked off last night.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is Vanilla Ice still in?
Is who?
Vanilla Ice.
Oh, yeah. It was between Vanilla Ice and
What about
Rick
Ryan
Perry.
Lochte?
He's going to be next on the chopping block. Trust me. Next week, he's horrible. He couldn't even dance. He had his partner dance around him. He did 2 steps during the tango last night. It was awful.
What about Hammer? Is he still in?
MC Hammer?
I like Hammer. I dropped the MC when he did.
You know what? No, he's not in it this year. That was just a suggestion I made that MC Hammer should be in it.
He should be.
He should be. And
Stanley Burrell.
Alicia Machado, she'll be in it too. Because now she's got a new career, Dan. But I didn't know she was a porn star. Was it softcore porn or hardcore porn? What kind of porn?
I don't know.
And can I look it up on the company computer without getting in trouble?
I'm just going by what's been reported. I wouldn't advise that. Maybe Sydney Leathers and so all the
Monica
Sydney Leathers. Well, Monica. I don't think Monica's gone that route, but Sydney Leathers certainly has the Wiener paramour.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And Alicia Machado, the Hillary paramour, can get together.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
All right. Shouldn't have Googled that. Okie dokie. All righty then there.
Security. Let's wrap that computer up. Let's take her out.
It's her freedom of expression. Woo. All righty then. We're going to have mostly cloudy skies. Some light rain on and off throughout the day. A high of 62 degrees. Light showers right now at O'Hare. And then tonight, mostly cloudy with a shower in spots. And for Thursday, we're going to have cloudy skies again with a passing shower or two, but warmer, a high near 70 degrees. Let's get the latest on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Northwest side of Chicago, a crash has Irving Park closed in both directions between Harlem and Oak Park Avenue. Inbound Kennedy, seeing early delays. River Road toll to Nagel. 22 minutes, so here to downtown. Outbound 21. The Edens is still good, wet, but otherwise okay. The Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 32, Stevenson. Delay starting at 126. 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 31 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 38. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Very flexible, that Alicia. She's very flexible.
Yeah, and you know, in the Lena Dunham standard, you know, let's just embrace. Let's embrace it all of it.
Every guy dreads the honey-do list, so give yourself a weekend off and check out ChicagoRadioDeals.com for some home improvement help. How's the air quality in your home? Allergens could be affecting the air you breathe. Well, Royal Home Comfort Services, they're offering several deals on half off their normal prices to improve the air quality in your home. Purchase a full home air duct cleaning for $195. Now, this deal includes all your ducts and the inspection of your furnace as well. And they also have a deal to rid your home ductwork of all unwanted bacteria, including mold, by using this natural cleansing agent to keep your family safe and healthy. But wait, there's more. Royal Home Comfort also has a deal to clean and inspect your home dryer vent for only $45. That's the number one cause of fires, don't you know now? So clean that dryer vent. And if you want to tackle a project yourself, shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for, you guessed it, only $50. For more home improvement deals, just visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That's ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kevin Bastuga, co-founder of Signature Bank. As native Chicagoans, my partners and I know this city, its economy, and the challenges that small businesses face. We like to think of Signature Bank as your hometown bank. Chicagoans helping Chicagoans. We understand that banking is ultimately about people, and we build long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We stand by our customers, and our customers stand by us, and we welcome new customers every day. We look forward to welcoming you and your business into the Signature Bank family.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, we must speak out against gun control lies and the left's war on guns. Just like best-selling author John Lott Jr., who will be signing his new book, War on Guns, at Maxson Shooters on October 4th. Protecting your family and Second Amendment rights is damn important. That's why Maxson is focused on safety, proficiency, and education. Purchase John's book, have it autographed, and hear a short presentation. Learn to spot misinformation, twisted statistics, and effectively push back against gun control fictions. Maxson's is easy to reach in Des Plaines, just off of I-90 and Mount Prospect Road. For information about this event or directions, call 847-298-4867 or visit MaxsonShooters.com. That's MAXON Shooters.com. Chicagoland's finest gun shop and indoor range. Don't miss this opportunity to meet John Lott at Maxson Shooters October 4th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
AM 560. The Answer.
Yo, VIP.
Oh, yeah. He was good.
Let's kick it.
So, real quick about Vanilla Ice. He's on tour right now, so his partner travels.
And his real name is
time.
Pappy Van Winkle?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a drink. What's Rob Van Winkle?
Rob Van Winkle.
Yeah.
But his partner goes with him to all these locations and practices, and he did a really good job last night.
Yeah.
So I was very proud of him.
We were talking about Alicia Machado, who's campaigning with Hillary Clinton, that former Miss Universe that was invoked at the debate.
And now I know she's a former porn star.
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Dan. I can't unsee that.
You're welcome.
Because she was still, maybe she has a glandular problem.
Text from 708. This has gotten beyond Twilight Zone weird. The libs have hung their hopes on a beauty contestant. Text from 219. Did they have to resize Munch Otto's sash? 60 pounds is a lot more. She was expanding her universe.
Oh, that's so good.
Munch Otto.
But she gained the weight in about 3 months' time. I mean, that's why he called her an eating machine, because you'd have to be constantly,
It's tough to put on 60 pounds in 90 days.
I don't know if I could do it. Could you? 60 pounds and
I'm willing.
I'm sorry.
I'm willing to try.
That's a triple XL shirt, right?
Yeah, it's a blouse.
The blouse.
It's kind of like a muumuu. I just put it over my pants.
I'm sorry, too soon.
Speaking of which, did you see this new club in L.A.? When you go out to the left coast, they're aiming to hang out with your Hollywood friends. There's a club that is only open to beautiful people. A West Hollywood club.
Is this all genders or women only? What kind of club are we talking about?
No, it's for beautiful people, but it's a West Hollywood club where it's like that, the Beautiful People website.
Mm-hmm.
where you've got like a panel of judges decide if you're beautiful enough to be on the website, on the dating website. And so people are kicked off the website when they submit their picture. Now you're not pretty enough. I know the sting of that.
Oh, are you still recovering?
But the dating website Beautiful People is opening this LA club where guests are vetted to make sure they're attractive enough, just like they do on their dating website.
So you have to reach their attractiveness benchmark in order to be.
Yeah.
But isn't beauty in the eye of the beholder? I mean,
yes,
maybe
and they're
beautiful.
the beholder.
Maybe they're beautiful from the inside. They just don't take time to realize that there's something inside. We have feelings too.
Yeah, there's something. Something inside. It's too much inside. That's the problem.
Well, the manager says they're just following the site's users' wishes.
Mm-hmm.
So people are tired of going to nightclubs, surrounded by people that they wouldn't consider pretty enough. So they're trying to make it easier for their clients to hook up with other beautiful people.
Would that be the last acceptable thing to a basis for discrimination? That beauty versus ugly, be able to exclude people based on their physical appearance?
That is the definition of discrimination.
Yeah. So I mean,
poor one swimsuit contestant got knocked out of the club.
Yeah, I know it was a bad day
she's
for me.
fighting depression. Oh yeah.
Well, I'm going to lead the charge to break through. This ceiling, to break down the walls between the beautiful people and the ghastly like myself, and this is a clarion call for people who have been treated like less than based on their physical deformities like myself to gather, to take up arms against
Dan Proft's call to action to fight for the ugly.
To fight for the ugly against West Hollywood nightclubs.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My daughter started school, and I find myself worrying if she is getting home safe while I'm still at work. I wish I could check up on her.
Alarm Detection Systems offers remote control of your security system from your phone. Get text or video alerts when someone's at your door. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Our neighbor had thousands of dollars in flood damage and lost several items that are irreplaceable. Is there a security solution to receive early warning of an event like this?
Of course. Alarm Detection Systems has flood detection systems alerting you when water gathers in your home, giving you time to react. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you need to do what I did, and that's call David Hochberg. Carol called to consolidate her mortgage, credit card debt, and student loans because her husband, Sam, listens to David's show. Now, Carol and Sam lived on credit cards to feed their family and cover expenses when Sam lost his job. Sound familiar? Well, David informed Carol consolidating her debt into a 15-year fixed loan would reduce her payment over $1,000 a month. Wow. Carol talked it over with Sam, and this is a direct quote. If David said to do it, then let's do it. Needless to say, David is helping Carol and Sam recalibrate their debt and save over $12,000 a year. Now, if you've accumulated debt because of a job loss and you'd like David's help recalibrating your debt, then give him a call right now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM 560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call him. 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Are you remodeling, building, redecorating? This weekend only at the Pheasant Run Resort, you can meet over 100 brands offering expo-sized savings on thousands of products for your home at the 2016 Home and Lifestyle Expo. Get your tickets at 2016homeshow.com. Plus, meet HGTV's host of Design on a Dime, Kelly Edwards, on Saturday and Sunday from 12 to 1. Then transform your ideas into reality by meeting with professional designers, decorators, and contractors. At this 3-day event, you'll find everything you need under one roof. Appliances, cabinetry, flooring, furniture, electronics, and more, with prices you won't find anywhere else. Doors open Friday at noon and 9 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. Get tickets at 2016homeshow.com. Shop the hottest merchandise at Expo special prices this weekend at the Pheasant Run Resort in St. Charles. RSVP today at 2016homeshow.com. That's 2016homeshow.com.
Mostly cloudy skies today, a shower in spots. Complete forecast after Fox. WIND Chicago News Time is 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He changed the course of human history. That's what President Obama says about Shimon Peres, and he'll attend the former prime minister's funeral Friday along with Bill and Hillary Clinton and world leaders. Fox's Jessica Gallagher is live in Jerusalem.
Dave, Perez was 93. He'd been sedated and under respirators since suffering a massive stroke 2 weeks ago. The elder statesman held nearly every single high-level position in his 7 decades of government here. The former Nobel Prize winner pushed for peace in the Middle East. Perez's son, Chemi.
Today, we sense that the entire nation of Israel and the global community mourn this great loss.
A spokesman for the militant group Hamas telling the AP the Palestinian people are happy at the passing of this criminal who caused their blood to shed. Dave.
Jessica, Donald Trump will campaign in 3 states today.
We're going to get rid of that crooked woman. She's a crooked woman.
After Hillary Clinton called him sexist, racist, and unfit in the most watched presidential debate ever.
In a 24-hour period following the debate, they raised a whopping $18 million off of online and direct mail donations.
That's Fox's John Roberts talking about Trump donations. Republicans from the George W. Bush administration have endorsed Trump. Donald Rumsfeld and John Ashcroft among them. Another Republican is going against Trump. Former Virginia Senator John Warner will endorse Hillary Clinton at a rally with her running mate Tim Kaine. Bernie Sanders will campaign with Clinton in New Hampshire. More anti-police protests. This near San Diego after a police officer shot a black man yesterday who'd been acting erratically. El Cajon police say he pulled something from his pocket that turned out not to be a gun and pointed it at cops in a shooting stance. He died hours later at a hospital. In California, wildfire north of San Francisco has damaged at least 13 buildings. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Rain showers and 53 degrees. Our time is 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Teachers Union authorizing a strike. Now the union's governing body will decide today whether to send that 10-day strike notice to the state's Education Labor Relations Board. Federal judge is scaling back Election Day voter registration for highly populated areas in the state. It's a decision that sides with the Republicans who claimed in a lawsuit last year that the extension of same-day registration was unconstitutional. Judge Samuel Derjagin's move on Tuesday temporarily blocks wider same-day registration lawmakers put into effect in 2015. Donald Trump and his daughter Ivanka campaigning in the Chicagoland area today. Thursday, Hillary Clinton campaigns at a high-price event for the Democratic nominee. The CTA this morning reacting to a report from a passenger who said something on board one of its Red Line trains was bugging him, literally, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
The passenger posted on a website that his seat on the Red Line car he rode toward the loop recently was infested with bed bugs. And to prove it, he captured 2 of them and took them to a doctor who confirmed his suspicion. The CTA says it pulled the car out of service and brought in an exterminator to check it out. Even if no bed bugs are found, they say the car will be thoroughly cleaned before it's returned to the rails. Chicago does have a bad reputation when it comes to bed bugs. Pest control company Orkin ranked Chicago at the top of the list of 50 bed bug cities 4 years in a row. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
Well, finally, it's here. The Broadway smash Hamilton showing in Chicago. Fans got to witness a preview of the musical last night at the Private Bank Theater. White Sox over Tampa Bay, 13-6. While the Cubs were winners over Pittsburgh, 6-4. The news, a service of Burger King breakfast. What's the best place to have your breakfast? How about on a warm croissant? Right now at Burger King, get 2 Croissant breakfast sandwiches for $4. Light flaky croissant piled high with sausage or thick-cut smoked bacon, 2 Croissant, $4, only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. It's 6:04, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You know what? I want to tell you something, America.
The Joe Walsh Show.
We ask our cops to do an ugly, impossible job. And way too many of us hate on them every day. I'll tell you what, America, you are going to wake up, so help me God, America, you are going to wake up one day without police officers in this country. And you will deserve it.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. This could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. A General Steel building can save you as much as half the cost and time of similar conventional construction. And we're offering rebates of up to $20,000 to help you build today. Call General Steel for free information that could save you thousands. Call 800-98-STEEL. 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-987-8335.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. So lock in this ultra-low rate before it goes back up. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Our time is 6:06. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the northwest side, Irving Park is closed between Harlem and Oak Park Avenue due to a crash with injuries. Kennedy inbound 23 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 26. The Edens is still okay aside from the rain. The Eisenhower is running 40 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. Northbound I-55 delays start at 126, and it's 53 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 35 minutes, I-80 to the Merrick, Bishop Ford 33. Reagan Tollway eastbound heavy from the Tri-State to the Eisenhower. Indiana Toll Road westbound it's slow from the Portage exit to Ripley with construction. Traffic is a service of Account Temps. The 2017 salary guide is here. Check it out for instant access to the up-to-date salary forecast. More than 400 accounting and finance jobs where you live. Visit them at AccountTemps.com. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Ashley Benoit.
Mostly cloudy and breezy today with occasional rain, a high of 62. Mostly cloudy skies for tonight with a shower in spots, low 56. Mostly cloudy skies throughout the day tomorrow as well, and breezy with a passing shower or two and a high of 69. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
We do need that rain, 53 right now. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
When I debated Secretary Clinton on America's future, and I was also holding back, I didn't want to do anything to embarrass her.
I'm going to leave it to the fact checkers to go through all of Donald Trump's claims. There was a lot of work for fact checkers last night.
And after being married to Bill Clinton for 20 years, if you didn't know the moment Monica Lewinsky said that Bill Clinton violated her and she was telling the truth, then you're too stupid to be president.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, the verdict's in, Amy.
Yes.
The verdict is in from the United Nations Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent. I know you were waiting for their report. Well,
finally!
The report is in.
Christmas comes early for me. Thanks, Dan.
And I hate to break it to you, as a person of Swedish descent.
Yeah, what do you have for me?
Yeah, and particularly on the heels of your property tax increases and the
Garbage
utility tax increase and
water and sewer tax.
you may have to dig a little bit deeper because the United Nations Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent has said, drumroll,
That's a bad drum roll.
the United States owes black people reparations for a history of racial terrorism. The report concluding the legacy of colonial history, enslavement, racial subordination and segregation, racial terrorism, and racial inequality in the United States remains a serious challenge, as there's been no real commitment to reparations and to truth and reconciliation for people of African descent. Wait for it if you didn't think that was fun. Contemporary police killings and the trauma they create are reminiscent of the past racial terror of lynching.
Wow.
So police officers are reminiscent of the KKK and racists who lynched people because they were black. That's what this report is saying. And we, who are not of African descent, owe reparations to those who are, 3, 4, 5 generations removed from those who were enslaved. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636DA. Turnkey.pro text line, who is getting their checkbooks out now that the decision has been entered?
Well, I would like some reparations. I mean, the Swedes were slaves to Norwegians. That's what my grandpa always told me growing up. So where are our reparations? I mean, don't I get something too from Norway?
Maybe if you lived in Stockholm.
Well, that's all right. We jumped the pond to get away from that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the
oppression.
Everybody flees the Norwegians. What about that? UN decision. Oh, by the way, this is a body that we, primarily fund, like NATO.
Yeah, we do.
World government. What do you think? Contemporary police killings and the trauma they create are reminiscent of the past racial terror of lynching. This isn't just
who is paying what and to whom.
Well, just wait a second. I just want to credentialize this group. These are experts. You know how I know? Because the name of the group includes the word experts.
That's why, the working group of experts. Yeah.
Experts on people of African descent. I mean, this isn't just,
But reparations is paying those who have been wronged. And this is 3 generations, 4 generations out. Are people deserving of anything? If we didn't wrong them specifically, but their ancestors? But they probably didn't even know about it if they hadn't go to Ancestry.com.
A colonial history of enslavement, racial subordination and segregation, racial terrorism, racial inequality, in addition to mass incarceration. Well, I mean, the majority of prisoners are actually in prison for violent crimes, but I mean, I'm not an expert. If I was an expert, I'd be on the United Nations Working Group of Experts on People of African Descent, and I clearly wasn't invited. Therefore, I'm unqualified to comment on this topic, which is why I'm soliciting the opinions of other experts, people that would have the credentials, like people who suffered at the hands of the Norwegians.
Yes,
to talk on the topic.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA with a quick comment as well.
Yeah.
So, Dan, what are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are that the UN is funny. They're funny to me. Like clowns. They amuse me. And it's just another illustration of why there is a worldwide revolt, well, at least a Western world revolt against elites. That's what this is an illustration of.
Well, then you have,
it's
people
absurd.
At Georgetown University, they're providing reparations for slave descendants. Is that setting a horrible precedent?
That's a private institution
okay.
that is attempting to remediate specific wrongs against, well, it's not really against specific individuals because I don't think the policy is limited to actual descendants. It's just in general compensation for past wrongs from the days of the founding of Georgetown University. I think the going back 150 years and doing it ad hoc based on heritage is just absurd. I mean, it's a never-ending story of human history, I'm sorry to say, of people oppressing people. It's not to minimize slavery, and it's not to minimize actual victims of oppression, but to give somebody who, is growing up in Naperville reparations for something that happened to people that may or may not have been related to him. Let's even say it was related to him, great-great-great-great-grandfather 150, 170 years ago.
Would you feel right taking money?
No.
From the government because of
No.
something that happened 150 years ago?
No. Rich in Lowell, Indiana. Hey, Rich. Rich in Lowell, Indiana.
Rich. Hello, Lowell.
Rich. Mike on the south side.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I just want to say, I'm Irish, and my ancestors were sold into slavery by the British before the blacks were sold into slavery. So do I get reparations?
Well,
have you asked for anything?
Well, Mike, what you need to do is convene a United Nations working group of experts on people of Irish descent, and then maybe we can get you some cash.
I think I might have to organize.
Yeah.
Because, I don't think that, one group is any more special than the others. I just don't know what to say about that.
Thanks for the call, Mike.
I think you said enough for your people.
Yeah,
who were in
exactly.
prison and, taken out of their homes and sold into slavery, the Irish.
Chip
So
and
you're learning about all different countries, Dan, this
yes,
morning.
yes.
We're taking you around the world today.
Chip in St. Charles.
I want reparations from the Obama administration because the economy for the last 8 years has been terrible, and we could have done much better if we would have had a better president. So I want reparations from the black president of the United States.
All right. Well, you're going to have to convene a working group of experts on black presidents of the United States, Chip. Thanks for the call. Megan in Evanston. The Irish. They just can't get enough.
Well, they've been oppressed for so long, and they deserve their piece of the pie, too.
Yeah, that explains Madigan and Cullerton. Hey, Megan.
Hey, guys. Good show. My comment is, because I'm of Irish descent, does this mean I can go after Great Britain?
Yeah.
Second comment is, this is Obama's dream job, President of the UN. Thanks for taking my call. Have a great Wednesday.
Thanks for the call, Megan. I think, he could be
Besides owning the NBA team, he wants to own an NBA team.
UN Secretary General Obama, or NATO Secretary General, UN Secretary. Yeah, I mean, he would. I think he could rival Boutros Ghali, Ban Ki-moon.
Yeah,
I
like Ban Ki. Who do you like better, Ban Ki-moon or Boutros Ghali?
It's so tough.
I know. I like.
I mean, he would be at least as
I like
good
the
as
current
those
one.
two, I suspect.
Yeah. Boon Ki. What's his
Ban
name?
Ki-moon.
Ban Ki-moon.
Yeah, South Korea. Right. Yeah.
Sounds like a high school band. And now Ban Ki-moon performing.
Carl in Arlington Heights.
I think we should take every egreged class in this country, no matter what their ethnicity, race, gender, or transition gender is, and give them all complimentary memberships to a club in West Hollywood.
Yeah, it's the Beautiful People Club. Thanks for the
Yeah.
call, Carl. Yeah, no, that's good. He connected the dots. Boy, that would serve everybody's interest. I worry about reparations, not so much because of providing recompense to descendants of slavery, but just opening the floodgates to the Irish. That's really what I worry about. That's what I just want to
But so
avoid.
you have this wishy-washy group of experts because they call themselves experts. They make this report, they present it to the UN, and then what happens? Nothing? This is just how they feel, how they think
Yeah, that's
things
right.
should be treated?
That's
Because
nothing.
I'm not having my tax dollars paying for reparations.
They get to go to conferences and fly around on the mainly the U.S.'s dime and think these deep thoughts and come up with these wildly baseless conclusions like contemporary police killings and the trauma they create are reminiscent of the past racial terror of lynching. Give me the data support for making that absurd
Correlation
comparison.
between the two.
Yeah, I mean it's just they're silly. They're like cartoon characters. Phil and Roselle.
Hey guys, well, I agree that report is ridiculous, but we do need to understand there's a huge difference between indentured servitude and forced slavery that happened in the United States. There's two very different things between voluntarily coming here to gain your freedom from a horrible place that you were contracted out of. Again, it was still a horrible thing, but much different than what blacks went through in forced slavery. Both are wrong, but let's understand the difference, and let's not act like the left with stupid comments.
Yeah, I'm not. No, yeah, nobody's minimizing.
You have two callers who have made ridiculous comments about the Irish.
Oh.
You better understand
Ridiculous.
it was indentured slavitude.
Well, yeah, okay.
They weren't
all
being
right.
sarcastic.
Slavery.
All right, thanks for the call, Phil. Brad in Crest Hill.
Hey, Dan and Amy, how you doing today?
Hey, good.
Hey, you're making light of the Norwegians, Dan, but
Yes.
yeah, those guys were the Vikings, and I demand reparations from back in the 800s when the Northmen invaded England, and I'm of English descent, so I demand reparations from these guys.
The Vikings,
barbaric monsters
Yeah.
known as Norwegians.
Yeah, let's round up the descendants of Leif Erikson and
Let's go.
hold them to account.
Game on. Who's with me? This is my call to action, Dan.
Thanks for the call, Brad, and let's round up the descendants of Leif Garrett too while we're at it. I mean, just from principle, don't you think? With respect to enslavement, though, what about enslavement that still goes on? By the way, since these are experts on persons of African descent, what about the slavery that still exists today? Actual slavery in Africa. Oh yeah. Is that a concern? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Matt in New Lenox.
How you doing? I was going to say, let's take all the money we use to support the UN and the aid for these countries. We'll use that to pay for the reparations, and then these countries don't get anything, and the UN gets nothing from us anymore.
There you go. That's our way out of the UN. All right. Thanks, Matt.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I'm reading about the Swedish slave trade right now, Dan. Forecast for today, mostly cloudy.
The good old days.
Yeah, stop it. Breezy, occasional rain on and off throughout the day. Morning showers right now. A high of 62 degrees. Tonight, a low of 56. And for tomorrow, Thursday, it's going to be cloudy and breezy, a passing shower or two, but a little bit warmer, a high near 70 degrees. Anything warming up on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Daniel. The travel times are heating up. The rain is not helping. On the Kennedy, it's 29 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, quicker in the Express. Outbound 31. Eden's 22 minutes. Lake Hook to the junction. Spur delays start at Waukegan Road. Outbound just a 1-minute delay route. Now the Eden's Elston to Peterson. It's slow. The Eisenhower delays start at St. Charles. 50 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 42 at Stevenson. 53 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 35. Ryan 25 minutes. 95th to the Loop. I-57, 34 minutes. I-80 to the Merge, Bishop 432. Northbound Tri-State. Heavy Archer to Ogden and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway. Slow Barrington Road to 53 and Elmhurst Road to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway slow 83 to 290. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, if you have, you're in luck because this month only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you still get the second for free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows. Now, you may wonder, do I need a Go Anywhere pillow? Well, I met Mike Lindell at the RNC, and he told me that he brings his Go Anywhere pillow with him, puts that on top of a hotel pillow, and he sleeps like a baby. It's really the best offer ever. So nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best, and the National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable. That's what I love about it, to remove all the icky, sweat, all the stuff that causes allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's a great health investment, and I guarantee you'll sleep better. I know that I do. And if you don't, there's still a 60-day full money-back guarantee. You have nothing to lose, folks, so visit MyPillow.com. Click the Radio Listener Special tab and use the promo code Amy. Again, you'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows for the price of just 1. Or call 800-489-0201, mention the Radio Listener Special, and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have a big decision to make. Thankfully, we live in this great country and get to exercise our right to vote and elect the person we think will be best for our family's futures.
Craig, it sounds like you're asking listeners to vote for us.
Listen, you can't control market unpredictability, but you can choose to ride out the highs and lows with Wealth Management Group at your side.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Let's say you did a cost-benefit analysis of credentials. Would you end up picking the CPA, CFA, or CMA? Well, if you wanted a career in management accounting, you'd pick the CMA. It demands a mastery of the 11 most crucial practice areas in management accounting and can help you earn 31% more than your non-certified peers. Proof that in a cost-benefit analysis of the CMA, there's a lot more benefit than cost. The CMA certification, you've got to earn it.
Want to know the secret that all those flipping houses gurus won't tell you? That flipping multi-unit properties is easier and more profitable than flipping single-family homes. With over 17 years of experience, we here at RE Mentor will show you the art of buying and selling multi-unit properties. Come spend the afternoon or evening with our team of experts, and we will show you how to put $10,000 to $30,000 in your pocket over the next 90 days. This 2-hour class will teach you the art of the multi-unit flip and long-term hold. You'll learn how to buy, hold, and sell multi-unit properties with no money down, no credit, and no risk. You risk nothing but have everything to gain. This intensive 2-hour real estate class is coming to the Chicago area soon. Call 1-800-380-5764 to secure your seat now. This seminar is free for the first 30 people that call. Change your life now and learn the art of the multi-unit flip or long-term hold. Call 1-800-380-5764. 1-800-380-5764. Call now.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors. So now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's CERTA with a C.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and
the Irish.
Irish. The immortal words of Longshank. The Irish.
Bet you're Irish.
I am. I'm half Irish. Half
Are you?
Irish, half Danish.
Well, why are you poo-pooing the Irish? Your
Because of the
people were
Irish politicians
enslaved.
in Chicago. I'm not talking about actual Irish human beings. I'm talking about Irish politicians.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
you didn't make that clear.
Well, no, I'm glad you provided the opportunity for clarity. You know, we were talking to Mike Scott about this. He's a student of history.
Yes.
And he mentioned we were talking about Vikings. You know, I
Yes.
mentioned the Icelandic Leif Erikson. And, of course, Mike Scott has to one-up me and say, you know what York was called in England before it was called York. It was Jorvik. It was the center of the Viking purge. And then after...
And then you brought in Fran Tarkenton.
Well, then after that, after they were purged, then they moved to the northern part of this country, and Fran Tarkenton started playing quarterback, and then they went on a different path altogether. But it's important to know your history, is my point.
And the Danish, they were enslaved by the Norwegians. I'm
The
reading all
Norwegians
about this.
again.
I mean, the slave trading past still haunts Norway to this day.
I'm sick of the
So should there
Norwegians
be
pushing everybody in
reparations?
Scandinavia around. By the way, on the issue of the UN expert panel, this was a panel of experts, working group of experts on people of African descent who said that the United States owes black people here reparations for enslavement, racial subordination, segregation, and added that contemporary police killings are reminiscent of the past racial terror of lynching. I'm responding by invoking the the proclamation of amnesty and pardon that I received from.
This sounds very official.
Well, it is. Look, right here. It's a certificate. I received this from Walter Williams, who
Yes.
is a 70-something-year-old African-American economics professor at George Mason University, one of the great economics thinkers of the last 50 years. We have him on the show regularly. He's brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
But he granted this to me and all persons of European descent, whereas Europeans kept my forebears in bondage some 3 centuries, toiling without pay, whereas Europeans ignored the human rights pledges of the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution, whereas the Emancipation Proclamation, the 13th and 14th Amendments, meant little more than empty words. Therefore, Americans of European ancestry are guilty of great crimes against my ancestors and their progeny. That's all true. But in the recognition, Europeans themselves have been victims of various and sundry human rights violations, to wit, the Norman Conquest, the Irish potato famine, the decline of the Habsburg dynasty, Napoleonic and Tsarist adventurism, and gratuitous insults and speculations about the intelligence of Europeans of Polish descent. I, Walter E. Williams, do declare full and general amnesty in pardon of all persons of European ancestry for both their own grievances and those of their forebears against my people. Therefore, from this day forward, Americans of European ancestry can stand straight and proud, knowing they are without guilt, and thus obliged not to act like damn fools in their relationships with Americans of African ancestry. Walter E. Williams, gracious and generous grantor. Thank you, Professor.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Trust, trust, trust. I said trust 3 times because I want to tell you about a recent Feed the Children business benefactor that built his business and reputation over 3 decades by being trustworthy. I'm talking about Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Barron. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing is Joe's specialty. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial properties to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Barron. Call Joe Barron at Dependable Construction today. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That's 773-244-1091 or visit tuckpointchicago.net. That's 773-244-1091.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah, Barracuda. Oh, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The son of Hamas talks about President Obama and his views on radical Islamic terrorism at 6:36.
And lesbians are rejoicing today because of science and how we can have 3 parents now instead of 2. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
53 degrees, cloudy skies. We've had some rain showers this morning. President Obama and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton joining world leaders at the funeral of former Israeli Prime Minister and President Shimon Peres. The 93-year-old statesman and Nobel Peace Laureate died in his sleep early this morning. Hillary Clinton happy, she says, with the outcome of the first presidential debate.
Laying out my plan for strong growth and fair growth and dealing with family economic issues like affordable child care and paid family leave and debt-free college with no real response, no real offer coming from my opponent.
Clinton chatting with reporters in New York while Donald Trump was on the stump in Florida.
She's the candidate of yesterday, and ours is the campaign, and we're the people of the future.
Trump remarking that Clinton spent 90 minutes in their first debate defending the status quo. Less than 1 year before a Charlotte, North Carolina police officer killed him, Keith Scott's wife said in court papers that he threatened to kill his family with a gun. Documents posted online by Time Warner Cable News shows that Rekia Scott sought a domestic violence protective order last October. Firefighters are working to control a wildfire south of the San Francisco Bay Area. The Loma Fire began Monday in the Santa Cruz Mountains and has burned over 1,000 acres, forcing hundreds to evacuate. Chicago Teachers Union is authorizing a strike. Now the union governing body will decide whether to send that 10-day strike notice to the state's Education Labor Relations Board. A 29-year-old man in Chicago who calls himself a computer nerd is admitting his part in a hacking scandal that targeted numerous celebrities, including Jennifer Lawrence and U.S. soccer player Hope Solo. Edward Majurzik pleaded guilty in federal court, telling the judge he learned how to gain access to celebrities' information from another individual on the internet. White Sox over Tampa Bay 13-6, while the Cubs beat Pittsburgh 6-4. The news service of Burger King breakfast. What's the best place to have your breakfast? How about on a warm croissant? Right now at Burger King, get 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4. Light flaky croissant piled high with savory sausage or delicious thick-cut smoked bacon. 2 croissant, $4, only at Burger King. Price and participation may vary. 6:33 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Precision Payroll of America, Automated Systems Incorporated, and by Best Dental Group.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Plus up your day with Centrum Silver multivitamins, upgraded with more vitamin D3. It's a healthy addition you can feel good about. On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Our time is 6:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens, eastbound spur delay start at Waukegan Road, then it's 27 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, 32 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 38. The Eisenhower, now 1 hour from Thorndale to downtown, 42 minutes from Manheim, outbound 46 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 46 minutes. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 in 34 minutes, I-80 to the Murray, Fishy Ford 32, northbound Tri-State. So 95th most of the way to 31st, and Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue curve. Traffic service Staples. Staples has low prices every day on the office items you use most. Right now is a great time to stock up and save with the Buy More, Save More event happening in Staples stores. The more you buy, the more you save on everything your office needs. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy and breezy. We'll have occasional rain today, a high of 62, 53 in clouds right now. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, as Mike Scott reported, former Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres has passed away at the age of 93.
His funeral is going to be on Friday, and both Hillary and Bill are going, and President Obama and Joe Biden. And I hope to goodness that President Obama restrains himself and doesn't take any selfies with any world leaders. You know, remember like he did during Nelson Mandela's funeral?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that was real classy.
Michelle didn't like that.
Oh, she gave him the stink eye, and she should have.
That, of course, the news of the passing of former Prime Minister Peres has been greeted with a celebration by Hamas. terrorist organization. One of these terrorist organizations that kind of coddled rhetorically, at minimum, by the Obama administration, part of the treating our enemies like our friends and vice versa policy of the regime. Well, it's very interesting because this video I just saw, this is from a conference from earlier this summer, but it's important because of the content provider. This is a conference that was sponsored by the Jerusalem Post, and I think it's interesting to mark some of what Mossab Hassan Youssef had to say on the day after the passing of former Prime Minister Perez. Here's what Mossab Hassan Youssef had to say at the Jerusalem Post, and a little background. He is the son of Sheikh Hassan Youssef, who's a founding member of Hamas. He was a terrorist participant for Hamas for a long time. He was arrested by the Israelis when he was 10 years old, and many times thereafter he was imprisoned by Israeli security agency in 1996. A little after that time, he broke with Hamas, started working undercover for Israeli intelligence, helped prevent many suicide bombings and assassination attempts against the Israelis. He eventually converted to Christianity, was baptized secretly in Tel Aviv in 2005, a decade after he was imprisoned by the Israelis, and wrote a book, Son of Hamas. So that's a little backstory on what you're about to hear from Mossab Hassan Youssef about the Islamic problem and the religion of peace, as it's termed by those who would coddle political Islamic terrorists like President Obama.
There is an Islamic problem. Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, ISIS, Boko Haram, all of them are killing by the name of Allah. They're not killing by the name of Jesus. They're not killing by the name of Jehovah. They're not killing by the name of Mahavira or the Buddha or Lao Tzu. They're killing by the name of Allah. There is an Islamic problem, and I think humanity needs to stand against this danger, because this danger is not only against the state of Israel. This danger, thank you. This danger is against the evolvement of mankind. But to tell them, no, Islam is a religion of peace, we just create the perfect climate for terrorists to keep on growing.
And Youssef goes on to specifically deliver a message to the president of the free world. Of course, he's talking about Barack Obama.
When the president of the free world stands and say that Islam is a religion of peace, he creates the climate, he provides the climate, the perfect climate to create more terrorism.
And Youssef presents the choice for the free peoples of the world.
What is the alternative for Israel and for democracy, or for the American Constitution? It's the darkness of the 6th century. This is what's the alternative.
That's the alternative, the darkness of the 6th century.
He seemed to put President Obama in his place.
Yeah, and he knows of what he speaks. You heard his background. So thinking about what Mr. Youssef had to say, and then considering this, leaked documents from the FBI reveal 7,712 terrorist encounters that occurred within the United States in from July 20, 2015 to July 20, 2016, over the last year, effectively. 7,712 terrorist encounters within the U.S., many of those encounters occurring near the U.S.-Mexico border. These incidents characterized as, quote, known or suspected terrorist encounters. The majority of the encounters in Arizona, for example, with Islamic known or suspected terrorists, both Sunni and Shia. 89 encounters with Sunni, 56 Shia, 70 were, quote, other international terrorist groups or affiliates, and so on. And
so they're doing what they said they'd do. They'd sneak in through the Mexican border.
Right. And what are we doing?
Wow. I have never even heard that before.
What are we doing?
How many Sunni and Shiite groups?
Well, they're individual encounters
right.
of the 7,712. That's just in Arizona. There's a report that provides the distribution of those encounters. But what are we doing? And this doesn't even come up in the first presidential debate. 90 minutes, and nobody talks about this?
About securing our borders, about building Donald Trump's wall. I mean, that's what he's been campaigning on. And he's rallied the base by saying, I want to protect and secure our borders.
We can talk about external threats and the geopolitical landscape, and we don't talk about the internal threats that we're fomenting. Although the Attorney General of the state of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, he's talking about it. He told the House Judiciary Committee yesterday he finds it, quote unquote, unconscionable that illegal immigrants in New Orleans cannot be held on anything less than a warrant or a court order because of the Obama's consent decree with the city. He said, in my beloved New Orleans, the Justice Department entered into a consent decree with the city that mandated police officers not make inquiries into an individual's immigration status or assist ICE unless there is a warrant or a court order issued. As a former police officer and sheriff deputy, I find it unconscionable that criminals cannot be held on anything less than a warrant or a court order. This is essentially protesting sanctuary city policy, something else that didn't come up, something that Hillary Clinton doesn't want to talk about because she wants to have it both ways. She wants to pretend like she's not for open borders when she's fainting to the open borders crowd that she in fact is. I mean, wants to triple down on President Obama's Syrian refugee policy, just for example. This is a major issue, and for it not to come up in 90 minutes and for it not to be revisited both in the VP debate next week and then the next presidential debate, that would be unconscionable. This is a topic that needs to be discussed and needs to be discussed with some specificity. And say what you want about Trump, he has laid out a specific immigration policy proposal that's predicated on 10 action items. And the response from Hillary has been nothing. We're talking about former Miss Universes. It's absurd.
It's silly.
It's absurd.
Yeah, but is it Lester Holt's fault for not bringing up the question on immigration? I mean, why? Because at the end, he could have gone out strong the last 30 minutes by asking a question on immigration. Instead, he said, "Well, you said that she doesn't look like she's presidential. Who cares about that gobbledygook?" That's what that was.
That was a silly question. Lester Holt should have brought it up in the context of their national security discussion. He was letting them go back and forth, so I don't begrudge him that. But also, Donald Trump should have brought it up. He had an opportunity when you're talking anything in the national security space. He could have easily pivoted and brought that issue in, which is he should have done. It was a missed opportunity. So there's plenty of blame to go around. But the important thing is this is a mission critical issue in the larger context of national security. And the evidence continues to mount. And we're stuck with the same bromides back and forth in our political context, with the exception of Trump's speech on the topic that laid out an actual specific policy proposal. That specific policy proposal should be represented. It should prompt a response, demand a response from Hillary Clinton, and we should have a serious discussion about what we are or are not going to do, what makes sense or what doesn't make sense, not in the context of just the kind of the labor aspect of this, but in the national security aspect of this, and what how we are going to continue to be a nation of immigrants, which we should be, but at the same time, provide for the security of American citizens, which is the primary function of the federal government. Quickly, Mike on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. One of the other conservative news outlets reported that Hillary might be wearing a device that sends electrical impulses to the brain that Parkinson sufferers use. I don't know if you heard that.
No, I saw the picture. That's a lavalier mic in case the mic on the lectern went out.
Okay.
That's what that was.
Dan,
that was not some electrical
this.
Charge.
Yeah. Okay.
Dan, you have to get over this being rejected by the Beautiful Club. When the Chicago cats rejected you, I told you, don't take it personal.
Yeah.
You were just in a bad class. You were in with Farmio and Ramblin' Ray and the kid from Elmwood Park.
Yeah.
But from what I heard, Amy, your application for the class at 217 is processing nicely.
Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Mike. I mean, I understand I do need to get over not being one of the beautiful people like Amy, but, it just stings.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. A Nebraska meat plant cleared in a case involving Muslim workers. Tyson recalls chicken nuggets. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008
wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
Economic reports due today include updates on durable goods orders and a report on the latest mortgage applications. A district court judge has ruled in favor of the JBS Swift Meat Company, accused of mistreatment of its Muslim workers in Nebraska. The Equal Opportunity Commission had said Swift didn't make reasonable accommodations for 80 of its Muslim workers in Grand Island. They lost their case. Tyson Foods voluntarily recalling 132,000 pounds of chicken nuggets after reports that white plastic chips were found in some of the products. The Labor Department investigating possible abuses of employees by Wells Fargo. In connection with those so-called ghost accounts, the government looking into reports the bank harassed and threatened employees in its aggressive sales push. 5,200 employees fired as a result of the scandal. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Daily stress is a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stressed individuals attract diseases, just like blood in the water attracts sharks. Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. I'm the show host of Health Quest Radio, the longest-running health news and science show in Chicago. And for over 33 years, we share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to minimize the need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. Today, it's our dirt-cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. You know, most people flunk on their first go-around, signaling adrenal gland distress. And then following our stress-busting strategies, most individuals pass their second test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call and purchase your first dirt-cheap adrenal stress index test, and we'll hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. 800-794-1855. And be sure to tune in to Health Quest Radio this Saturday morning at 11.
If you're over 65, there's one place you should be Wednesday, October 5th, and that's the Rite Aid Wellness 65 Plus event. In addition to the 20% off seniors get every first Wednesday, you'll get an extra 10% off that day if you get an immunization. That's 30% off almost everything in store. If you need another reason, the CDC recommends a flu and pneumonia shot if you're over 65. They're both free with Medicare Part B and no appointments necessary. So stay healthy and don't miss our one-day event Wednesday, October 5th. Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
AM 560.
The answer.
Dan and Amy, turning stateside, some big news yesterday. A federal judge enjoined the two-tiered system of same-day voter registration in Illinois, where you had big counties that would have same-day voter registration at all the polling places, and small counties that didn't have to, they could just have same-day voter registration at like a central location. That turns out to be a big difference in terms of turnout, and it was a system that was a two-tiered system purposely set up by the Democrats to
help the Democratic Party.
Make it easy to bus their people to the polls.
Line at my precinct was out the door.
Well, for more on this topic, we're joined by Pat Hughes, president of Liberty Justice Center. That was the public interest law firm representing the plaintiffs in this case. Pat, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. Good morning.
Morning. So the system, or the two-tiered system I described, has been enjoined. What are the implications of that, and where does the case go from here?
So in the 20 most populous counties, Dan, the ones the Democrats wanted there to be election day registration at every polling place. That will not be the case now. In those counties, you can still register at one locale, just like you can throughout the rest of the state, and that's how it's going to be for the time being. Now, Lisa Madigan, not so ironically, indicated she's going to appeal the judge's ruling. So this is going to go to the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, and we'll have to brief it there and argue there to make sure that our plaintiffs' constitutional rights are protected. Obviously, this, like you said in the intro, Dan, this is a two-tiered system. It was specifically designed for the Democrats to drive out their vote on Election Day, and they pick the counties based on that. And they're going to fight this until the end prior to Election Day, because it's going to make a real difference in the outcome of the election if this injunction stands, and I believe it's going to stand.
So even if Lisa Madigan appeals this, which you know she will, do you believe that there will be Election Day registration at precinct polling places or just in one central location?
So it's going to be in one central location because, look, the standard of review and appeal for this is abuse of discretion. The Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, that panel that would hear the case, is going to have to say that the lower court judge, who's a very good judge, who had a very sound opinion, and we, of course, agree, abused his discretion in balancing the harms between the various voters and the parties. And certainly that's a really high bar for them to overcome. And so we're comfortable and confident that the Seventh Circuit will rule in our favor, and they should rule in our favor. And if that's the case, the Election Day registration will be in a central polling place in all 102 counties across the state, like it should be. And if the Democrats or anyone else wants there to be registration in every polling place across the state, then they should pass a law that says that, and every voter should be treated equally in all 102 counties, not just in the cherry-pick counties that they think benefit them.
Yeah, see, that's the key right here is this is not, this is, Republicans suppressing the vote and all this. No, it's not. You have to have one system for elections statewide. The idea that, some counties are treated differently than others in terms of your access to where you can access voter registration and what you can do on Election Day. It would be like saying we have early voting that starts on one day in Cook County and much later in downstate counties. It's the same kind of two-tiered discriminatory policy we have here that Democrats passed that was law until you filed this suit.
Yeah, I mean, the politics of it, Dan and Amy, is politics from the Democrat side. I mean, they're the ones that passed this law on a party line vote. Governor Quinn signed it into law. I think it was the last thing, Dan, that he did before he left office. The reality of it is this is a violation of constitutional rights of every voter in the other 82 counties. So the only people playing politics with this are the Democrats. And it appears to me, based on them passing this law and now their appeal, that they don't care about the constitutional rights of folks across the state. What they care about is driving out their vote and holding on to power. And that, of course, Dan, as you and Amy talk about on the show all the time, fits the narrative of what they're trying to do at every instance. And that's why I'm overwhelmed by the irony that the person appealing Mike Madigan's unconstitutional law is his daughter, Lisa Madigan, trying to keep it in the family and make sure that the law stays in place when it's clearly, from our perspective, unconstitutional, and from the perspective of this federal judge who entered the injunction, unconstitutional. And what people have to understand is we're 6 weeks out from an election, give or take, and a federal judge has enjoined this practice. It's not going to take place currently, which is a major step, because that's how egregious this law is. And
real quickly, Seventh Circuit likely to take this up in an expedited appeal before the election, so we'll know the fate of the appeal before November 8th.
That's right.
All right. Thanks. Pat Hughes, president of Liberty Justice Center. Pat, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Rudy Giuliani says Hillary Clinton is too stupid to be president.
And at 7:17, we'll talk to longtime Clinton Inc. consigliere Lanny Davis about implicit bias.
Now, you two cats better get along. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Donald and Ivanka Trump campaigning in the Chicago area today. A judge's ruling reduces Election Day registration in the state of Illinois. A vigil held for victims of a U of I shooting that left one dead. Chris Sale picks up win number 17, and the Cubs dominate the Pirates. And a mostly cloudy, breezy day ahead. Forecast after Fox. WIND Chicago News Time, 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. One of Israel's longtime leaders has died, Shimon Peres.
He was just one of these thinkers who constantly would challenge you with new ideas.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Daniel Kurtzer. President Obama says no one else did more to build the American-Israeli alliance, and he'll attend Friday's funeral. Fox's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, the elder statesman's passing at 93 isn't being hailed by everyone here in the Middle East, despite his work toward peace in the region. A spokesman for the Palestinian militant group Hamas says Peres was the last remaining Israeli official who founded the occupation. This as an aide to the president of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, praises Peres as a man of peace. The former president's son, Hemi.
Look to tomorrow. He taught us. Build Israel's future with courage and with wisdom, and always continue to strive for peace.
The Nobel Peace Prize winner's funeral will be held on Friday in Jerusalem. Dave.
Jessica, 2 years after a Malaysia Airlines plane exploded in the sky over Ukraine, killing all 298 people on board, a Dutch-led investigation concludes
Flight MH17 was shot down by a ground-based air defense system.
Pro-Moscow rebels have been blamed for some time. Chief Prosecutor Fred Vesterbeck has proof a mobile launcher had been moved into Ukraine from Russia. Hours after another deadly police shooting sparked protests, this time in California, El Cajon's police chief says
now is the time for calm.
Jeff Davis urging people to let investigators do their job. The black man was shot after acting erratically, and officers say he pulled an object out of his pocket, pointed it at cops, and took a shooting stance. Bernie's back. Hillary Clinton's ex-rival Bernie Sanders will rally with her today in New Hampshire. And also today, a former Republican Senator, John Warner, will come out and endorse Clinton. Coming off the most watched presidential debate ever, Donald Trump's campaign says they've raised $18 million. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy. We've had some rain showers this morning. It is 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Teachers Union authorizing a strike. The union's governing body will decide later today whether to send a 10-day strike notice to the State Education Labor Relations Board. Cook County judge denies bail to a known gang member and repeat gun offender who's charged in the Saturday night killing of a man near Millennium Park. 32-year-old Paul Pagan allegedly intervened in a heated sidewalk discussion, then shot 54-year-old Peter Fabria Berwin, who died the next day. Students are mourning the death of a suburban man gunned down over the weekend near the University of Illinois Champaign campus. Dozens gathered last night for the candlelight vigil on the university's main quad to remember George Korchev. The Mundelein man was one of four shot early Sunday in the 300 block of East Green Street. Enrollment at Chicago State University is dropping at a significant rate. University released figures yesterday showing just 86 freshmen are enrolled this fall. Overall, enrollment is down 25% last year. The amount of students attending classes is less than half of 2010. White Sox over Tampa Bay, 13-6. Melky Cabrera with a home run to back Chris Sale. Chris Coughlin a 3-run triple. John Lackey worked in and out of trouble over 5 innings. And the Cubs were winners over Pittsburgh 6-4. The news is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices every day on the office items you use most, and right now is a great time to stock up and save with the Buy More, Save More event happening in Staples stores. The more you buy, the more you save on everything your office needs. Staples, make more happen. 7:03. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Attention Second Amendment patriots. Just Target Guns of Libertyville in Lake County just returned from the largest gun show in America with new products. They're fully stocked for home defense and all shooting sports. Just Target Guns, located in Libertyville on Peterson Road, is the place to go for rifles, pistols, antique firearms, ammunition, and all levels of shotguns. Connie Shanahan and the knowledgeable staff at Just Target Guns will answer all your questions, no matter your level of experience, and help discover what you need for sports shooting, trap, ski, target practice, or self-defense. Whether you're a novice shooter or a highly trained professional, Just Target Guns has got your brass covered. Get your FOID card, sign up for firearms training, and conceal and carry classes. Just Target Guns also has a skilled gunsmith on staff for repairs, and firearm appraisals are done in-house. Exercise your Second Amendment rights and set your sight on JustTargetGuns.com. That's JustTargetGuns.com.
This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. And this could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. A General Steel building can save you as much as half the cost and time of similar conventional construction. And we're offering rebates of up to $20,000 to help you build today. Call General Steel for free information that could save you thousands. Call 800-98-STEEL. 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-987-8335.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. So lock in this ultra-low rate before it goes back up. Call 800-QUICKEN, that's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
7:05, let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens has heavy delays from Winnetka Road to before Old Orchard with a crash in the two left lanes. More delays, Oakton to the junction. 40 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. Kennedy, 49 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Heavier in the express lane. Outbound, it's an hour and 3 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour, Thorndale to the post office. 43 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 57 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 13 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. It's 55 minutes from the Tri-State. Crash before Central, the two right lanes. Outbound 49 minutes to 3:55. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed 115th to the Stevenson with a crash now on the left side. And very slow Plainfield Road to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway still Barrington Road to 53 and Bussey to the Kennedy. Veterans Memorial really gummed up from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. The Army Trail Toll to 290. Westbound 8094 slow Grant decline after a crash. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Ashley Benoit.
Mostly cloudy and breezy today with occasional rain, a high of 62. Mostly cloudy tonight as well with a shower in spots, low 56. Mostly cloudy and breezy tomorrow with a passing shower or two and a high of 69 degrees. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 53 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Business Insanity Radio Show with Barry Moltz, Sunday nights at 11. It's all about getting your business unstuck and moving forward.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
When I debated Secretary Clinton on America's future, and I was also holding back, I didn't want to do anything to embarrass her.
I'm going to leave it to the fact checkers to go through all of Donald Trump's claims. There was a lot of work for fact checkers last night.
And after being married to Bill Clinton for 20 years, if you didn't know the moment Monica Lewinsky said that Bill Clinton violated her, and she was telling the truth, then you're too stupid to be president.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I know you want to talk about the former Miss Universe.
Machada, how do you like your machada? Big? Skinny?
In porn?
Or in a family setting?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Or out on the campaign trail with Hillary Clinton?
I like her not discussed at all so that we could talk about things that are relevant in this presidential contest, not a 20-year-old beauty pageant.
Yeah, but Donald Trump was refusing to let it go. I mean, the scathing criticism of this former Miss Universe, he, was on full display yesterday when he was on Fox and Friends, and he's the one who brought it up. This is what he said.
I know that person. That person was a Miss Universe person, and she was the worst we ever had. The worst, the absolute worst. She was impossible. And she was a Miss Universe contestant and ultimately a winner who they had a tremendously difficult time with as Miss Universe. She was the winner, and she gained a massive amount of weight, and it was a real problem. We had a real problem.
I mean, he is saying something that is factual because she did gain anywhere between 55 to 60 pounds, but it's just that the words were coming from his mouth and the way that it was spoken just seemed a little crass and a little unpresidential. But
to me, it's an example of going down a rabbit hole he doesn't need to go down. He
can't control himself.
The OCD nature of his defensiveness on specific kind of in the weeds events of his life, whether it's in business, this lawsuit on this deal, or this real estate development, this interaction with this beauty contestant. I mean, it feeds the absurd. Now, maybe feeding the absurd ends up to politically benefit Trump. I don't know. I would think that going back to some of what he has offered, since what he has to clear is kind of the fitness for office temperament threshold. That's really what he has to clear to close this deal. That focusing on substantive issues that he's given detailed policy speeches about over the last several weeks would suit him better politically. But that's me. Maybe I'm wrong.
This is another example of him not exercising self-control and moving past the catty issues. Nobody cares about this Miss Universe. I mean, it happened 20 years ago. Yeah, the bylaws of the pageant is you have to maintain the weight that you were at when you won the crown.
A related note, the Arizona Republic joins the Cincinnati Enquirer and the Dallas Star-Telegram. Or was it that? Wait, it's Dallas? No, it's not. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram. It's the Dallas Morning News that endorsed.
I just care about the Arizona Republic.
Dallas Morning News, Cincinnati Enquirer, and now the Arizona Republic, which has not endorsed a Republican candidate. Not endorsed a Democrat candidate for president since its founding in 1890. Endorsed Hillary Clinton yesterday, writing in part, the challenges the U.S. faces domestically and internationally demand a steady hand, a cool head, and an ability to think carefully before acting. Hillary Clinton understands this. Donald Trump does not. Clinton has the temperament and experience to be president. Donald Trump does not. Clinton knows how to compromise and to lead with intelligence, decorum, and perspective. She has a record of public service as First Lady, Senator, and Secretary of State, and it goes on. And it's very much in the order of the New York Times and some of these other endorsements that I mentioned of traditionally Republican-leaning editorial boards that are recycling the same arguments and kind of soft pedaling all of Hillary Clinton's horrific judgment calls, as well as her criminal activity, referring to them as things in parlance like missteps, a little bit more than missteps. I hate to break it to you. This endorsement, these newspaper endorsements, I think are.
Do they even matter anymore in this day and age?
I think they're marginal, number one. And number two, I think it starts to say more about the editorial board at the Arizona Republic or the Cincinnati Enquirer or the Dallas Morning News than it does even about Trump. And here's...
I don't even think Trump would want their endorsements.
Well,
because that fits his bad boy image.
Well, it fits his... with respect to his image, it fits his narrative. Mm-hmm. All these elites, the media elites on the editorial boards of these papers, of course they're against me. And so, you make your choice. Do you want to be with all these elites who you have found to be illegitimate based on performance and their own judgment calls? I mean, you want to talk about the judgment calls of editorial boards and who they've endorsed? So just even the Sun-Times and the Tribune endorsing Barack Obama twice. Oh, by the way. So, you want to side with those individuals who you've weighed and found wanting, or do you want to give the outsider guy a chance? So it does fit his narrative.
And something else that making some news this morning, going viral, is Rudy Giuliani when he was leaving Hofstra University. He's a Trump surrogate. He was approached by reporter Alexandra Svokos, and she asked him about Clinton's decision to slam Trump as a sexist during the debate.
Donald Trump is a feminist. Donald Trump.
Are you sure?
I am absolutely sure. I know Donald Trump from 28 years. The women in his organization are paid the same as men. The president of his company is a woman. He is the first person to ever put a woman in charge of a construction company in New York. Donald Trump treats people fairly, and Donald Trump is an honest person, and he was too reserved and too gentlemanly at the end to say what I would have said about Hillary Clinton's attack on him about not being a feminist.
Okay, that part was fine, but then he took it one step further, and this is where I have a bone to pick with him, and that's just the Republican Party in general for keep bringing this up. He said that Hillary's too stupid because she stood by Bill.
I sure would have talked about what she did to Monica Lewinsky, what that woman standing there did to Monica Lewinsky, trying to paint her as an insane young woman, when in fact Monica Lewinsky was an intern. President of the United States, her husband, disgraced this country with what he did in the Oval Office. And she didn't just stand by him. She attacked Monica Lewinsky. And after being married to Bill Clinton for 20 years, if you didn't know the moment Monica Lewinsky said that Bill Clinton violated her, that she was telling the truth, then you're too stupid to be president.
And what's wrong? I'm sorry. What's wrong with that?
What's the strategy here? I mean, why going back to revisit this? Well, first of all, it takes two to tango. So Monica Lewinsky wasn't victimized in all this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was
really
older than 18, consenting age. She knew he was married. She got involved with the president.
That's so interesting.
But why? What gains does it make to the Republican Party to bring this back up again?
Well, again, that's part of Hillary's public record. She was an enabler, and if she's saying she didn't know, she has a choice. She either was an enabler who knew, and as Rudy Giuliani correctly said, went out there to assassinate Monica Lewinsky's character and the vast right-wing conspiracy. She was purposefully lying, or she was willfully blind. So she can choose which one that is and then make the case. What Rudy Giuliani said is exactly right. I mean, he's just stupid, willfully blind. I mean, since we're saying the same thing. And because we're talking about character, and she wants to talk about a 20-year-old beauty pageant, but we don't get to talk about her role as the first lady with the President of the United States 20 years ago, who's a surrogate on her campaign, and she's the feminist, and Donald Trump's a sexist, and we don't get to talk about Bill Clinton? Nonsense. No. She raises the issue, and thus she opens the door to revisiting this. And, oh, by the way, if you're not of a certain age, you didn't live through, and you can vote in this election, you didn't live through the Clintons. So you may not know the details or remember the details. But in addition to that, I mean, the idea that Monica Lewinsky, a 20-year-old intern, and the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, I go back again to put this in a corporate setting. If the CEO of a Wall Street bank or a Fortune 500 company would have a married CEO, would have an affair with a 20-year-old intern, what would happen to that CEO?
He probably would resign to spend more time with his family.
Yeah, he would lose his job. That's what would happen. But in addition to losing his job, that's not the point. The point is, how would he be treated by the press? The fall from grace, the predator who preyed, this powerful man and this little young intern. The age difference, the power vacuum in every organization that has any kind of standards whatsoever. There are prohibitions against having relations with subordinates because you are in a power position. That's the basis of how many sexual harassment suits? Every one of them, just about. And now you're going to absolve Bill Clinton because Monica Lewinsky was beyond the age of consent? Really? Is that the standard?
She knew he was married. She knew what she was getting into.
Is that the standard? Every sexual harassment case, it's almost per se sexual harassment if you have a boss that is having an affair with a subordinate. Because why? Your position is on the line. That's your boss. That's why there are companies that have prohibitions on it, organizations that have prohibitions on it. It's eminently sensible. But Bill Clinton, the most powerful man in the world, gets a pass? Really?
He got a pass. And then Giuliano called her stupid for being with him.
I just want to understand what the feminist standard is, because it seems to move based on who the target is. John in Westchester, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I was, as far as that endorsement goes in the paper, it gets me so mad that this paper, Tribune, and all these other papers, it's not a choice. You have to pick Hillary or Trump. They can say we don't endorse somebody. But
yeah, that's true.
They've done that too.
Endorse Trump. They don't have to go out and endorse Hillary.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Thanks for the call, John. Yeah, it's a fair point you make. Thanks for the call. George and Moni.
Hey, Dad. Amy, it's the same old thing. It's equality is what you do, not what you say. Okay? It's not hard to figure out.
Thanks for the call, George.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm still processing what George there had to say, but I'll get back to you. Forecast for today, cloudy skies. As you can see, we had some rain this morning. That's passed, but we can't rule out occasional rain throughout the day, a high of 62 degrees. Let's get straight to it. The westbound 8094, is it still a mess? Here's Jim Talamonte.
Pretty slow, Amy, from Broadway to Klein with a crash now on the right shoulder. On the inbound to Edens, it's jammed Willow to before Old Orchard after a crash. 44 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose to Kennedy. 48 minutes O'Hare to downtown the Ike. An hour Thorndale to the post office. The Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 31 minutes. 95th to downtown. The tollways are heavy. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Trust is the single most important factor in hiring a contractor, and Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Baran, built their business over 3 decades by being trustworthy. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing, Joe's specialties. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial projects to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Baran. Call Joe Baran at Dependable Construction and AM 560 Feed the Children Business Benefactor. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That number again, 773-244-1091. Or visit them online at tuckpointchicago.com.
My daughter started school, and I find myself worrying if she is getting home safe while I'm still at work. I wish I could check up on her.
Alarm Detection Systems offers remote control of your security system from your phone. Get text or video alerts when someone's at your door. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Our neighbor had thousands of dollars in flood damage and lost several items that are irreplaceable. Is there a security solution to receive early warning of an event like this?
Of course. Alarm Detection Systems has flood detection systems alerting you when water gathers in your home, giving you time to react. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Hey, we must speak out against gun control lies and the left's war on guns. Just like best-selling author John Lott Jr., who will be signing his new book, War on Guns, at Maxson Shooters on October 4th. Protecting your family and Second Amendment rights is damn important. That's why Maxson is focused on safety, proficiency, and education. Purchase John's book, have it autographed, and hear a short presentation. Learn to spot misinformation, twisted statistics, and effectively push back against gun control fictions. Maxson's is easy to reach in Des Plaines, just off of I-90 and Mount Prospect Road. For information about this event or directions, call 847-298-4867 or visit MaxsonShooters.com. That's MAXON Shooters.com. Chicagoland's finest gun shop and indoor range. Don't miss this opportunity to meet John Lott at Maxson Shooters October 4th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I want you to know that Steve Reich will be the best representative for McHenry County. Steve knows you have to walk on both sides of the road, and he sees rising property taxes driving out homeowners who thought they'd get help. Well, Steve Reich will fight for tax relief that will also grow the local economy. And I know Steve Reich will have a strong voice for the farmers. Steve will work for you and everybody in McHenry County. Elect Steve Reich for state representative in the 63rd District.
Paid for by citizens to elect Stephen Reich.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. All right. I want to pour over some of the things that were said in Sunday night's debate and things that are continuing to be talked about Monday night's debate and things that were continued to be discussed on the campaign trail yesterday. And to help us do that, we're now joined by former White House special counsel and longtime confidant of the Clintons. He is Lanny Davis. Lanny, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me.
So one thing that Hillary Clinton said on policing during the debate, I need some help understanding. She said in the same breath that police are outgunned, and yet she also said that police have become militarized, and she said that by way of saying that's a problem. So are they outgunned or are they too militarized? Which is it?
Well, there may be a little bit of both. I think the most important thing is that she respects police. I actually stop by and say thank you for your service to every police officer I can. And I think Hillary Clinton, and there's no difference in partisan feelings about respect for the police, but there are some incidents of abuses and shots that shouldn't be shot. But I think overall, Hillary Clinton respects the police greatly.
But Lanny,
9/11, helping first responders and helping New York police deal with 9/11 and ever since.
Okay, then why did she turn down the endorsement from the police union?
Endorsement interview.
Why did she turn down the endorsement of the police union? I'm unaware of that.
Okay, or being interviewed by them.
The Philadelphia Police Union said she would decline to be interviewed.
Well, I'm not sure that's true. We'll have to check that out. She's always open to be interviewed by, especially police officers who she greatly respects, but I'm just unaware of that. Sorry.
Well, just sticking on police for a moment there, you're talking about her respecting police officers and so forth. She mentioned that implicit bias is something that we need to train police on, and that not just police, but everybody suffers from implicit bias.
Sure.
Heather McDonald writes in City Journal, 4 studies have come out this year alone that demolish this charge. They show that if there is bias among police officers in their shooting decisions at all, it actually works in favor of blacks and against whites. She goes on to add that implicit bias training is a grotesque waste of resources at a time when officers are desperate for more hands-on tactical training. How do you respond to that?
Well, I don't know who this individual is, but I don't know a single police officer, black or white, who doesn't believe there needs to be training about implicit bias and profiling of young blacks who are driving and black fathers who are afraid. LeBron James said very movingly, when my son is 16, I'm afraid that when he drives, he's going to be pulled over. That's simply a fact of life, but it's nothing against police. It's about all of us having an implicit bias. And as I said, to repeat, Hillary Clinton has been a supporter of the police as long as I can remember her and have known her. So I don't think that's an issue at all.
Well, okay, you got to help me square the circle, because on the one hand, you say police. You essentially parrot LeBron James and other people say that police are somehow treating black people differently than they are white people, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that's not true, particularly as it comes to police confrontations that end in death. But on the other hand, you say that's not the police's fault, so they're behaving in a racist manner, you suggest, and so is Hillary Clinton, but it's not their fault, it's everybody's fault. I don't understand.
Well, I think you and I are going to agree on this, and I hope we do, that anytime we generalize about anyone, it's bad. So generalizing about police is bad. Generalizing about all blacks being profiled is bad. We all know that it happens, and it's happened at some points by certain police officers who are quick to jump to conclusions about a black driver and sometimes make rash decisions, and other police agree with that, and some policemen have been prosecuted. But most police are great people who serve us, who put their lives on the line, and we should thank them every time we pass a police officer.
But Hillary Clinton was quick, to side with Keith Scott and against the Charlotte, North Carolina Police Department. But we're learning more information this morning that his DNA, his fingerprints, his blood was on that gun that he had in his possession.
Again, your characterization of what Hillary Clinton did when you said she sided with, I would at least respectfully ask you to check your facts. But I think Hillary Clinton would say, let's look at the facts. We shouldn't side with anyone. We need a complete investigation. And I do agree that police are sometimes falsely accused and people jump to conclusions, and then we look at the facts. And the one thing I will say, and I've heard Hillary Clinton say, is that we jump to conclusions about snap decisions, even black police who shoot rashly and wrongly. It's very easy for us to look at them and make our own decisions retroactively when they're on the spot and they have to make a quick decision that might cost them their lives. If they make the wrong decision, they're falsely accused. So I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think she characterized anything until the facts come out, but I don't know about the particular statement you're referring to.
Before we let you go, during the debate, there was an exchange about whether or not Hillary Clinton had first supported the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, and termed it the gold standard before she ultimately decided to oppose it, perhaps because of pressure she was getting from Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump's position on trade as well. Was she being accurate there when she said she never said that it was the gold standard and didn't change her position?
I think the word that she chose is would be the gold standard, and I think at the time she used the present tense. So that would have been inaccurate if she didn't say, I did say at one time, is the gold standard, which I believe she did. But I think as long as I've known Hillary Clinton, she is a person who's fact-oriented. So looking at a general treaty at the time, which was several years ago, the concept of having a treaty with one of the greatest consumer markets in the world, which is the Asian Pacific, to buy U.S. consumer products, which is 95% of the world is buying from the U.S., creating jobs in the U.S. It's nuts for us to say that trade is bad when so many jobs are created by exports. So she did say at the time that this looked to her as if it was the gold standard. But when you get to the fine print in the final draft, because I supported it initially as a concept, there is some bad stuff in there that has to be negotiated out. And I think that's her position. Now, she could have been more clear. And in a debate context, it's hard when there are interruptions and questions and you're under pressure. But I do agree she needs to clarify that at the time, it looked good conceptually at a 50,000-foot level. Once it was finally negotiated, she disagreed with President Obama that there are details which I could explain to you what troubles me about it now that I've read it. I don't know how many people have, but I have, that need to be changed.
All right. He is Lanny Davis, former White House special counsel, longtime confidant of both Bill and Hillary Clinton. Lanny, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Can I thank you guys for the courtesy of the way you asked me tough questions and let me answer, and I would love to be on again.
All right,
Thanks,
great.
Lanny.
Thank you, Lanny. Appreciate that.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro Lanny Go answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Somewhere in America, at just this moment, as you said listening to this radio show, there is a young person waiting to discover Ayn Rand's novels, waiting to have his or her life changed by the beauty of Ayn Rand's art and the logic of her ideas. Over the past decade, through ARI's Free Books to Teachers program, they have delivered more than 3 million copies of Ayn Rand's books to schools in every state. Right now, they are placing more than 5,000 copies of Anthem, The Fountainhead, and Atlas Shrugged in schools right here in Chicago. Since 2003, they have placed more than 50,000 of Ayn Rand's novels in the Chicagoland area. You can help reach young minds today. You can help reach more students within this listening area. Make your tax-deductible contribution now at AynRand.org/support. That's AYNRAND.org/SUPPORT.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Steve Moore, Trump economic advisor at 7:37.
And later, I won the lottery. Postseason Cubs ticket. Oh, yeah. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Rain showers 52. President Obama will lead current and former U.S. officials at the funeral of former Israeli Prime Minister and President Shimon Peres. Investigators reviewing video of a police shooting and killing of a black man in Southern California in El Cajon near San Diego. Police officers answered a call about an irrational black man acting erratically yesterday. El Cajon Police Chief Jeff Davis appealed to the public to remain calm.
Now is a time to allow the investigation to shed light on this event, and we plan to be open and transparent within the rules of the law.
Police say they shot the man after he grabbed something from his pocket and held the object out like a gun. First Lady Michelle Obama campaigns for Hillary Clinton today in both Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Wells Fargo CEO won't collect a paycheck while an independent investigation into the bank's retail sales practices goes on. John Stumpf will also forfeit equity awards worth about $41 million. The soldier who walked away from his post in Afghanistan is due in court later today. Army Sergeant Bo Bergdahl has a pretrial hearing scheduled at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Chicago Teachers Union authorizing a strike. Now the union's governing body will decide whether to send a 10-day strike notice to the State Education Labor Relations Board. White Sox over Tampa Bay 13-6. Cubs over the Pirates 6-4. The news a service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have an ADT security system, it's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees a spiral in the Clinton campaign.
Let me allow you to fully embrace how bad things are right now for the Clinton campaign with tightening polls, how good things are going for Donald Trump. It has turned in a major way. Donald Trump, once again, all of us who've raised concerns about Hillary Clinton's health are being vindicated.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Florzak-Seaman, and I am the president of Love From Above, Inc. We are hosting our conference, The Power of Mercy, at the Rosemont Convention Center on Saturday, October 8th. As a woman, do you feel your voice is being heard? This election through the women's movement has reduced us to abortion and the lie that abortion is good health care. However, what about the emotional, physical, and psychological aftermath of abortion? The increase of breast cancer. As women, it is time to take back our power by exposing Planned Parenthood's population control agenda on women. The women's movement will no longer speak for us. If these issues resonate, I implore you to come October 8th to the Rosemont Convention Center. Time is running out. Join us today and be heard in the most important election of our lifetime. Contact us at lovefromaboveinc.com or 1-866-TIME2-SPEAK. Sponsored by Power, the protectors of women's equal rights.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
7:39. Check the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound I-80 at Stop and Go LaGrange Road to Ridgeland. 80-94 westbound, slow Broadway decline after a crash. The tollways are heavy, but they're fairly routine delays. The Kennedy's now an hour and 9 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound an hour. Eden's 33 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 46. The Ike an hour and 17 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound an hour and 4 minutes. Stevenson an hour 14. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Traffic's a service of Staples. Staples has low prices every day on the office items you use most. Right now is a great time to stock up and save with the Buy More, Save More event happening at Staples stores. The more you buy, the more you save on everything your office needs. Staples, make more happen. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Cloudy, breezy, occasional rain this day, high 62. Currently 53. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at MJ Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So when it came to the discussion of the economy and their respective thoughts on tax and regulatory policy yesterday, Hillary Clinton had practiced this line so much, and she couldn't quite get it out.
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped-up trickle-down, because that's exactly what it would be.
Trumped up trickle-down.
And then Robbie Mook high-fived himself in the green room after she finally got it out. Trumped up trickle-down. We are now joined by Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation and Trump Economic Policy Advisor Stephen Moore to respond to that shot across the bow by Mrs. Clinton. Steve?
Good morning. By the way, I have a piece at FoxNews.com on this trumped-up trickle-down charge that Hillary made. So if people want to
you're pulling a Hillary. We have to go to a website to get. We got you right here. Give us the answer.
I take that very personally. So. Look, I mean, first of all, you can keep this election very, very, very simple. We're going to cut taxes, okay? Got that? We're going to cut people's taxes. Hillary's going to raise people's taxes. Is that, you can go through all these different machinations, but it comes down to that. Which is better for the economy? I don't think this is complicated, folks. We're going to cut taxes for businesses. We're going to cut taxes for families. We're going to cut taxes for every worker in America. She's going to raise taxes on virtually every American and every business. That's enough.
And Donald Trump.
There's a great book out, guys, by my buddy Larry Kudlow, called JFK and the Reagan Revolution, on how the JFK trickle-down tax cuts and the Ronald Reagan trickle-down tax cuts, trickle-down came into fashion during the 80s when the liberals said that the
the Reagan tax cuts would never work, and we saw one of the biggest booms in this country's history. So the facts are not on her side. When you cut tax rates, you incentivize work, you incentivize businesses to move here, you incentivize people to save and invest. You get more of it. You know, you tax something, you get less of it. You tax something less, you get more of it. We're going to get more work, you're going to get more investment, more GDP, and more jobs. It's that simple.
All right, so Donald Trump, part of his economic plan was to create 25 million more jobs. And how is he going to do that? Are we going to raise the retirement age or let in more illegal immigrants? How are we going to fill those spots, and what kind of jobs are those?
That's great. That's a great question. First of all, you know, we believe there's about 10 million people today that are not in the labor force under Barack Obama that should be. So, by the way, the biggest lie in America is that we have 5% unemployment rate. The real unemployment rate is closer to about 12% when you consider all the people of working age that have dropped out of the workforce. So, by incentivizing people to work and reducing the welfare benefits, you're going to get more and more people into the workforce, number one. Number two, the tax cuts will increase GDP, bring jobs and businesses back to America. Number three, we've got this pro-America energy policy, so we believe we can create about 6 million jobs by producing American oil, gas, and coal. My goodness, we can put 50,000 coal miners back to work basically day one by just rescinding all of Obama's regulations and restrictions. So it's not that hard to do. We can get 25 million jobs in 8 years.
Well, here's the thing. It's interesting you bring up energy, and I know this is a particular focus of yours. You wrote a book on the topic.
There's a great book out on that. Book out on that.
Yes. What's the name of that book?
Thanks for mentioning it.
What's the name of that book?
Fueling Freedom, Exposing the Mad War on Energy by Stephen Moore and Kathleen Hartnett-Wright.
I hear Stephen Moore is very good. We'll have to have him on the show. Steve, I want to, but here it seems to me, and the reason we talk about Trump is because you know what you're going to get from Hillary. You're going to get the government-centric view of the world. Everything, she's got a program, she's got another gambit. So exactly. she's standard issue. You know what you're going to get. With Trump, you don't always know what you're going to get or what you're not going to get. And the debate on Monday night, we didn't get his discussion of energy as a catalyst for job creation and economic growth. That seemed to be a missed opportunity.
Well, I think I thought he nailed it. He said, look, we're going to produce American oil, we're going to produce our gas, we're going to produce coal. And by the way, I thought the last line of the night, personally, and this didn't get enough attention, but this shows you what a dingbat Hillary Clinton is. You know what her jobs program is? She said it in the debate. We're going to get ready, folks. Hold on to your chairs. We're going to have the government build 500 million solar panels.
Solar panels.
Yeah, I heard the solar panels. I thought of you.
The dumbest thing I've heard.
It's all solar panels. That's all solar panels. That's all ball bearings and solar panels.
No more windmills. Now we're going to focus on solar panels.
You got to focus on solar panels. That's the key.
No, that's part two. You see, Amy, you're getting. First, we're going to build 500 million solar panels, and then we're going to build 100 million windmills. So,
and then we're going to destroy the tapestry of America with these stupid windmills.
Pre-industrial age energy, folks.
Yeah. Well, then we pull up all the oil rigs and we move to switchgrass to fuel our engines. You don't need a combustion engine anymore. You got all this switchgrass out there too that the government can buy up and repurpose.
Yeah, people are going to drive around with cars with solar panels on their roof.
Yeah, well, that's it.
I mean, really, it's so ridiculous. I mean, the left's wacko green energy thing. And by the way, they did this in Germany. This is the part I think Donald Trump should say. They tried this, 7 or 8 years ago in Germany, where they went all green. They went windmills. They went solar panel. They went all these biofuels. And they basically almost bankrupted their country. And they finally said green energy doesn't work, and they're back using fossil fuels. So we're going to repeat the mistakes of. And by the way, one of the things.
Well, there's a reason why the Dutch don't do it anymore.
What really launched the Industrial Revolution and the big boom in America 200 years ago was we stopped using windmills and solar energy. We started using coal and oil and gas. This country was built on coal. We're going to put our coal industry back into business.
So with the next debate 2 weeks away, what advice and counsel would you offer Trump, or will you offer Trump, in terms of the talk on the economy, which of course will be revisited, tax and regulatory policy, job creation? What does he need to emphasize more than he did? What does he need to include?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I thought I'd give him a B on what was that, Monday or Tuesday night? Monday night. I give him a B. He could have done better, and I was so frustrated that there were so many missed opportunities that he didn't just whack her on. And one of them was that comment she made about trumped up trickle down economics. I mean, we knew that was coming, and I think he didn't quite handle that right. He's got to say, look, every boom we've had in this country in the 60s and 80s, you go back to the 1920s, when we cut taxes, good things have happened in this country. Hillary, you're going to raise taxes. That's going to decapitate the economy. How do you grow the economy if you raise taxes on businesses and workers? It's just so stupid. And by the way, you guys know that she has a 65% death tax in her plan.
Oh, yes.
They take 2/3 of what people earn their whole life away from them, and that is insulting. That's not even taxation. That's plunder. That's the government. Pretty soon, it's going to be Bernie Sanders up there. She's adopted all of Bernie Sanders' wacko left-wing socialist agenda.
Well, and Trump can also raise the fact that cutting taxes, like when we cut the capital gains tax when your husband was president.
Exactly.
All right.
And Stephen Moore.
We tripled capital gains revenues when I need more time, guys. I'm just getting started.
All right, Steve. Steve, Chief Economist of the Harris Foundation, Trump Campaign Economic Policy Advisor. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys. Take care.
All right, and he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Wanted to tell Stephen Moore, if you're still listening, that the Federal Reserve is independent of the three branches of government, and Donald Trump should stop bringing Janet Yellen into the debates. Wanted to play this soundbite.
Excuse me, it's an appointee.
It is an appointee.
It's absolutely relevant, and monetary policy is relevant.
All right. Today, mostly cloudy. It's going to be breezy. Can't rule out an occasional shower. A high of 62 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a shower in spots. And then tomorrow, we still have a chance of a passing shower. Mostly cloudy skies and breezy, but a little bit warmer. A high near 70 degrees. Jim Tallymonte, what do you think of the Federal Reserve?
Well, I think it's almost as screwed up as our traffic here in Chicago, Amy. Right now we're seeing heavy delays. Your inbound Kennedy is up to an hour and 9 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 32 minutes from Montrose, 27 on the Express. Outbound, it's an hour from downtown to the airport. Eden's 30 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 41. The Eisenhower, an hour and 17 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour and 3 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 21 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 52 minutes. The Ryan is 36 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State. So Cicero, most of the way to 31st, head from the Reagan tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are heavy eastbound I-80, so LaGrange Road to Ridgeland, westbound 8094 from I-65 to Grant. There's a new crash there blocking 2 left lanes. That's traffic, AM 560, The Answer.
The Pledge of Allegiance removed and replaced? This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
The public school that my 8-year-old niece attends, they stopped the children from doing the Pledge of Allegiance because it mentions God. They had to, learn like a school pledge.
The fact that someone has a different religious belief, which is fine, they don't have to say the pledge. They don't even have to be there when it's given. But they shouldn't censor the pledge out. And it's very important to understand, the Supreme Court in the Pledge of Allegiance case that Dr. Newdow brought earlier did not reach the merits. They decided it on what's called legal standing, whether he had authority to bring the suit or not. But Justice O'Connor, who would have been a pivotal vote in the case, said that it's part of our tradition. She said it would be ironic indeed if we declared the pledge unconstitutional because it would sever the ties that bind our nation to our religious heritage even today.
Get involved in key issues facing our nation. Visit our website at aclj.org. That's aclj.org.
When it comes to commercial vehicles, it's time to drill down to the details. If you're not driving the new Sprinter Worker from Mercedes-Benz, your van just isn't cutting it. The Sprinter Worker takes payload up a notch, carrying up to 3,512 pounds. Its cargo volume is cranked up too, with over 300 cubic feet of space. When it comes to safety, it's unmatched, but it's the price that'll really hammer it home. The new Sprinter Worker starts at just $32,495. It also has a service interval of up to 20,000 miles and the highest residual value in its class, according to ALG. Put that in your pipe and weld it. Huge capacity, small price, starting at just $32,495. The all-new Sprinter Worker, starting at only $32,495. Mercedes-Benz, vans born to run.
MSRP for a 2016 Sprinter Worker excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Some of the lowest information voters are those with the highest levels of education. It turns out that you can earn a BA from Tufts and an MBA from Harvard and still not know what the hell you're talking about. As Charles Murray described in his book, Coming Apart, these sophisticated barbarians don't believe in theory what they do in practice. In practice, they're capitalists who get married, raise a family, educate their children, and abide their personal and professional responsibilities. Many regularly attend church. In theory, they're adherents to the philosophy of central planners who aim to supplant mom and dad, if not redefine them out of existence altogether, while programming children in godless totalitarian re-education centers to believe they're responsible for nothing and entitled to everything. The inability of these sophisticated barbarians to connect the dots between what they ostensibly believe and what they actually practice makes them the wheelmen for the Hobbesian thugs robbing Americans of their freedoms. Make no mistake about it. What these anti-free thought intellectuals, anti-free market entrepreneurs, and anti-values traditional families have wrought is on the ballot this November.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy talk about police officer-involved shootings routinely because they're so high profile. How about a different kind of police story? This comes to us from the Daily Mail. Mark Ross, African-American gentleman, you'll understand why that's relevant in a minute. He learned about his sister, 15-year-old sister's tragic death in a car accident on 3 a.m. Sunday morning. So he persuades a friend to drive him from Indiana to Detroit so he could be with his family. He's in the passenger seat of the car when he and his family friend are pulled over for speeding in Ohio en route. Now, the problem becomes that his family friend who's driving him was on a suspended license, and so when they're pulled over for speeding and the patrolman checks.
It needs your license and registration insurance. Yeah.
There's a warrant for the driver because he's driving on a suspended license.
So they towed the car, right?
They towed the car, and Mr. Ross, Mark Ross, who was going to be with his family after his sister's tragic death, he explains in a Facebook post on the ordeal, I explained to the officer that my sister had died and I needed to get to my mother ASAP. I broke down crying, and he saw the sincerity in my cry. This is Ohio State Highway Patrolman Sergeant David Robeson. I saw the sincerity in my cry. He reaches over and began praying over me and my family.
But that's not all. He took it one step further.
That's right. The State Highway Patrolman called Michigan's Wayne County, who had issued the warrant on...
Ross actually had a warrant, a misdemeanor warrant.
Right, he did petty. As well, right. They refused to come and get him because of the distance, so that's when Robeson offered to drive Ross to Detroit.
He drove him to his sister's funeral.
Well, not to the funeral, but to be with the family. The funeral hasn't happened yet. Everybody, here's what Ross writes, too. Everybody knows how much I dislike cops, but I'm truly grateful for this guy. He gave me hope. He drove him 100 miles to be with his family. And also, according to Inside Edition, which covered this story, Ohio State Highway Patrolman Sergeant David Robeson said he's going to attend the funeral for this Mark Ross's kid's sister.
And then give him a ride back, right? Oh, I'm so... Well,
you always have to ruin a good, lovely story. You're just so cynical.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
In 2012, Obama uttered the infamous words, "You didn't build that." These words make clear his vision of America, a welfare state in which wealth and prosperity don't come from individuals working hard to improve their lives. And if you didn't build that, then why should you get to keep it? Hence the idea that the government should take your money to make your medical, retirement, and insurance decisions for you. But objectivists like me have a different vision for America. One where individuals built this nation and created its incredible wealth and prosperity. And individuals, whether working together or alone, will keep building only if we recognize that individual initiative, thought, and work are the fountainhead of all progress. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been A Moment of Objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream dream.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
That is a great text message from our Amish texter. You have to read it.
The
You
Amish
have to.
texter. Yeah, everybody's so cynical except me. Why do I have
Just
to be the
read it.
silly heart around here? He said after the white cop drove the black dude home so he could be with his family after his sister's death. He said after he drove him home, is that when he shot him? Oh, Amish texter.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We got a couple of movie previews, documentary previews in the 8 o'clock hour, starting at 8:08 with Doug Zane, who's the executive producer of Clinton Inc., the movie.
But first, into the newsroom we go, and we say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Look who's visiting Chicago today. Joe Biden making a stop here. We'll have the latest on that developing story. A judge's ruling reduces Election Day registration in the state of Illinois. A cloudy, breezy day ahead. Forecast after Fox. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He headed Israel's Navy when the country was formed, became prime minister twice, and won a Nobel Prize for his attempts at Middle East peace.
With deep sorrow, we bid farewell to our beloved father, the 9th president of Israel, Shimon Peres.
His son, Hemi, President Obama praised Peres for changing the course of human history. He and the Clintons will join world leaders at a funeral Friday. There may be a break at a budget stalemate in Congress 2 days before government funding runs out. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, lawmakers were at odds over water crisis assistance for Flint, Michigan. An aide to House Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi said she and House Speaker Paul Ryan have reached an agreement that provides $170 million to help Flint and other cities with water emergencies. The deal is designed to end the stalemate and allow Congress to move forward on a short-term spending deal that also provides money to fight the Zika virus. The legislation would fund the federal government through December and avoid a government shutdown just weeks before Election Day. Dave.
Rachel, fresh off the most watched presidential debate of all time, Donald Trump raised $18 million in 24 hours.
On issue after issue, Hillary Clinton defended the terrible status quo.
The Republican will campaign today in Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin. Clinton will be joined by foe-turned-friend Bernie Sanders rallying in New Hampshire.
You can expect them to talk about college affordability, which was a central issue of his presidential campaign. Sanders had massive youth support, but the young voter has been cool to Clinton so far. Clinton is also picking up surprising endorsements today from former Virginia Republican Senator John Warner.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. Police in El Cajon, California are urging people to be calm after a black man was killed by an officer and there were protests.
It was a lot of screaming from his sister. You shot my brother, you shot my brother.
Police say the man was acting erratically and pulled something from his pocket and pointed it at police in a shooting stance. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
We've had clouds and rain throughout the morning. Winds are north at 7. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. And Joe Biden makes a stop in Chicago today. The vice president fundraising for Tammy Duckworth at prominent Democratic donors' homes. Meantime, Donald Trump and his daughter Ivanka pressing the flesh and raising hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Meantime, Hillary Clinton will be in Chicago on Thursday for a Lawyers for Hillary event. Chicago Teachers Union authorizing a strike. Now the union's governing body will decide whether to send that 10-day strike notice to the State Education Labor Relations Board. Cook County judge denies bail to a known gang member and repeat gun offender who's charged in the Saturday night killing of a man near Millennium Park. 32-year-old Paul Pagan allegedly intervened in a heated sidewalk discussion, then shot 54-year-old Peter Fabry of Berwyn, who died the next day. A 29-year-old Chicago man who calls himself a computer nerd is admitting his part in a major hacking scandal that targeted numerous celebrities, including Jennifer Lawrence and U.S. soccer player Hope Solo. Edward Majerzik pleaded guilty in federal court, telling the judge he learned how to gain access to celebrities' information from another individual on the internet. And you've probably seen, if you live in the city of Chicago, some roads being blocked off. For the last couple of days, it will continue as they remake the 1974 Charles Bronson action flick Death Wish this week here in Chicago. White Sox over Tampa Bay 13-6. Cubs beat Pittsburgh 6-4. The news service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have ADT's security, it's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, shareholders of both SAB Miller and Anheuser-Busch have agreed to approve the merger of the two beer giants. It's not a done deal yet, but shareholder approval is another step toward completing the deal, which is expected to close next month. Anheuser-Busch is parent company of Budweiser. SAB Miller is parent of Miller Beer, though Miller must sell its remaining U.S. businesses for the deal to be completed. BlackBerry surprised Wall Street this morning by breaking even in the recent quarter and raising its forecast for the year. BlackBerry was expected to lose money. Wells Fargo's board is ordering company CEO John Stumpf and executive Carrie Tolstead to return tens of millions of dollars in pay. Stumpf will be questioned by the House Financial Services Committee tomorrow. The Dow closed up 133 on Tuesday. NASDAQ added 48. S&P gained 13. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It is 8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Air Comfort, the Ayn Rand Institute, and by healthinsurancementors.com.
Are voter ID laws unconstitutional? Hear both sides when the National Constitution Center, the Federalist Society, and the American Constitution Society come to Chicago for one night only, Wednesday, October 5th, for an important America's Town Hall debate at the Chicago Cultural Center. National Constitution Center President and CEO Jeffrey Rosen will moderate. Tickets for the debate are free but limited. For reservations, visit constitutioncenter.org. That's constitutioncenter.org.
This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. This could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. A General Steel building can save you as much as half the cost and time of similar conventional construction. And we're offering rebates of up to $20,000 to help you build today. Call General Steel for free information that could save you thousands. Call 800-98-STEEL. 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-987-8335.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. So lock in this ultra-low rate before it goes back up. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
8:07. Let's check our roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. 8094 westbound is jammed. I-65 to Grant with a crash now on the left shoulder. It's causing delays on northbound I-65, 49th Avenue to 8094. Eden's 30 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 41. The Kennedy, an hour and 13 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 57 minutes. The Ike, an hour and a half. Thorndale to the post office, an hour and 5 minutes from Manheim. Outbound, an hour to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 49 minutes. Ryan, 36 minutes. 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford bottled up, 154th to past 130th. 2 right lanes are blocked after a truck dumped its load there. Tri-State southbound, slow up lane to 176. Northbound, 115th, most of the way to 31st. From the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Providing the right climate for business since 1935, here's our meteorologist, Ashley Benoit.
Mostly cloudy and breezy today with occasional rain, a high of 62. Mostly cloudy skies for tonight with a shower in spots, low 56. Mostly cloudy skies throughout the day tomorrow as well, and breezy with a passing shower or two and a high of 69. I'm Ashley Benoit on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have light rain showers across the area, 52. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is powered by CharlesEquipment.com, keeping the lights on through summer storms.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
When I debated Secretary Clinton on America's future, was also holding back. I didn't want to do anything to embarrass her.
I'm going to leave it to the fact checkers to go through all of Donald Trump's claims. There was a lot of work for fact checkers last night.
And after being married to Bill Clinton for 20 years, if you didn't know the moment Monica Lewinsky said that Bill Clinton violated her, she was telling the truth, then you're too stupid to be president.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Tremendous.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, Jim Comey was before Congressional Committee yesterday, will be again today, and he was talking about those immunity deals that Department of Justice was handing out. And this has been noticed by a couple of people, including the Wall Street Journal editorial board, with respect to President Obama's role in all this. Remember, we had Andy McCarthy from National Review on, and he said, yeah, this was all about protecting President Obama, Hillary Clinton by extension. But President Obama said he found out about Hillary's private email server from news reports, yet we know from the FBI document dump on Friday that he had a pseudonym that he used to communicate by email with Hillary Clinton.
Oh, isn't that convenient?
So that's
you kind of twist the facts for your own narrative.
That appears to be a lie. Well, we'll have to have Obama documentaries. Well, we've had one actually. We've had a couple. One good one, Obama's America, #1 documentary of 2012. Executive producer of 2016, Obama's America, which was the #1 documentary of 2012, #2 political documentary of all time. And it probably, as we're finding out more about Hillary Clinton, we may need another Obama documentary. But the leading producer and executive producer of Obama's America is Doug Sain, and he is out with one of the Clinton documentaries that are being featured as we wind towards November 8th. His documentary is called Clinton Inc., and it's...
I saw a preview yesterday.
Yeah.
It looks good. Well, I mean, they interview certain insiders, and they have old footage. It's really fascinating.
And it is answers key questions as it teases. How does the Clinton marriage work? Are Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Clinton guided by love, ambition, charity, or greed?
Or D, all of the above.
Love?
Well,
charity?
Maybe.
I'd strip those out. But please don't tell me how it ends.
Yeah.
Doug Sain, executive producer of Clinton Inc., joins us now. Doug, thanks for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you, Dan and Amy.
So this is based on the New York Times bestseller. And give me a sense of kind of the participants that you assemble, the interview subjects you assemble to tell the story that you tell in this documentary.
Yes, thank you, Dan. We got respected experts from the left, the right, and the center that we interviewed in the movie. We had some very notable experts who I would say are from the center, such as William Chafe, who's a preeminent historian from Duke University, Dr. John Gardner, who's a psychologist from Johns Hopkins University. And then we also had the former assistant director of the FBI, Stephen Pomerantz. And then from the left, we had Rick MacArthur, who is the publisher of Harper's Magazine, and Doug Henwood, who is a contributing editor to The Nation. And then on the right, we had a close confidant, sometimes not necessarily in the past. He was on the right. That was Dick Morris. He was clearly involved with the Clintons and helping them get elected and reelected as governor of Arkansas and as president of the United States. But he's come out quite solidly recognizing the changes that the Clintons have gone through since the time that he worked with them. But then also like Rich Lowry, from editor of National Review magazine, and quite a number of other individuals are in the movie. We have some 20 different people that are interviewed throughout the movie, really going through not just the history, but really the what is that dynamic? Who are Bill and Hillary? And then, for that matter, too, enlightening us, on what's Chelsea role? How does she fit into it all? So I think we really capture the essence of who they are and what's been driving and motivating them for over 40 years now.
All right, so tell us about their unique marriage. What did you learn from making this film and by interviewing all those people?
It was really fascinating. I mean, I've been involved in politics for some 30 years now, and as much as I thought I knew everything about the Clintons, I learned so much more in doing this movie, and I think your audiences will too. I'm sure they're all very highly enlightened, but this will shed really new ground for them in terms of the Clintons' background, what types of personalities Bill and Hillary are, and then when they're how they function as a team, because there's been so much kind of suspicion and trying to understand kind of behind closed doors, what are they really like? And we finally break through and get to understand that.
Wait, I don't understand. I mean, I found out what this was all about when Bill Clinton spoke at the convention. He talked about a couple of love-struck kids that met in a Yale library, and it's been, a decades-long blissful romance. I mean, what more is there to say? I assume that's what you conclude as well.
No, well, there is, it just sweeps under the rug so much of the history of what's really gone on. And it's fascinating. So many people look at like the Monica Lewinsky scandal and say, that was the first time that Hillary, was really publicly, shamed by his infidelities. But it goes way further back, and we reveal just how much she knew and how she, dealt with it, how she, her patterns of behavior in handling these kinds of crisis situations.
So is this more focused on kind of their individual characters as well as the interrelationship within the family, more so than kind of all of the political stuff and policy stuff and Hillary Care and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I think what's unique about the film is that you get that insight into their marriage and their personalities and the dynamic for how they together react to these, scandals and issues. But that's just the primer. That just establishes and sets up for once you understand their marriage and how it works, you can then understand the whole range of issues that come on later in their lives when they're at the top of the political game.
So is this really a nonpartisan documentary?
Yes, it really is. And, it's something that we struggle against because, the knee-jerk reaction, of course, is, it's from the right, and it's certainly not partisan. But in reality, we've gone to great lengths. I mean, a majority of the film is with people that are either on the left or from the center who don't have any political stripes. And I think it gives a much more balanced and insightful, expose of who the Clintons are by not trying to be partisan, not getting into conspiracy theories, but really working with what the biographers know about them, and then allowing the pundits to only comment on what the political reactions are.
Do you get into? Did you get into the Clinton Foundation? I mean, where they went from struggling to pay their mortgages, plural, in the late '90s to being 100 millionaire pluses 15 years laar?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a big question. How is it that they came out of the White House deep in debt and then are now worth over $140 million? Everyone wants to know that answer. And so we get into what is the Clinton Foundation. And I think more revealing is what is Chelsea's role in the foundation, and how is it that she almost brought it all down.
And what?
Interesting.
Okay.
That's
And what
interesting.
about her health? Do you discuss that at all, or do you show her falling or anything going on?
Yeah, we absolutely get into, how their embellishments, I'd like to call them, in terms of their lavish lifestyle that they've been enjoying since leaving the White House.
Oh, I didn't mean wealth. I meant her health. Her health concerns.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Health, wealth, Do you talk about that at all in the film?
No, we don't get into her health. I mean, that issue has kind of been rumbling around out there, and but there wasn't really something to grab onto until we just recently had it. But, we really tried to focus on the things that we know rather than maybe say the conspiracies out there. There's plenty there.
I want to know how Chelsea Clinton almost took down the Clinton Foundation. That sounds interesting. All right, he is Doug Sain. He is the best known as the co-founder, leading producer of 2016 Obama's America, the #1 documentary, number 2 of 12, number 2 political documentary of all time. Now he's got Clinton Inc., which premieres September 30th. And you can go to the website ClintonIncTheMovie.com to get a list of all the theaters around the Chicago metropolitan area, including in my neighborhood, the AMC River East. But that's going to be out. And for your viewing here this week, Doug Sain, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the film.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
See Alan West, Michelle Malkin, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Mike Gallagher, townhall.com political editor Guy Benson, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
New information coming out of Charlotte and Keith Scott's family. But first, here's your forecast. Mostly cloudy skies right now. Just kind of a dreary day. We're going to have occasional rain on and off, a high of 62. Tonight, rain in spots, a low of 56. And for tomorrow, just a little bit warmer, a high near 70 degrees, but we can't rule out a passing shower or two. Let's see if the cars are passing by quickly on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's pretty slow going, Amy, after the earlier rain. The Eisenhower with a crash now at California Avenue up on the right side embankment. It's an hour and a half Thorndale to the post office, an hour 12 from Manheim. Outbound much improved, 45 minutes to Thorndale. Eden's 29 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 43. The Kennedy, an hour and 15 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 36 minutes from Montrose, 25 in the Express. Outbound 44 to the airport from Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 38 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, it's a mess. 154th Street, past 130th. 2 right lanes are blocked after a semi crash. There's a fuel spill and a possible hazmat situation. Toys are heavier. We're seeing some improvement. Westbound 8094, slow I-65 to Grant after an earlier crash. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is. And our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. We have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up, and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey, so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today.
Want to know the secret that all those flipping houses gurus won't tell you? That flipping multi-unit properties is easier and more profitable than flipping single-family homes. With over 17 years of experience, we here at RE Mentor will show you the art of buying and selling multi-unit properties. Come spend the afternoon or evening with our team of experts, and we will show you how to put $10,000 to $30,000 in your pocket over the next 90 days. This 2-hour class will teach you the art of the multi-unit flip and long-term hold. You'll learn how to buy, hold, and sell multi-unit properties with no money down, no credit, and no risk. You risk nothing but have everything to gain. This intensive 2-hour real estate class is coming to the Chicago area soon. Call 1-800-380-5764 to secure your seat now. This seminar is free for the first 30 people that call. Change your life now and learn the art of the multi-unit flip or long-term hold. Call 1-800-380-5764. 1-800-380-5764. Call now.
AM 560, The Answer. See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Dan and Amy, well, per Monday night's debate, a lot of discussion about law enforcement, particularly against the backdrop of the police-involved shootings in Tulsa and Charlotte, as well as the spike in violent crime in 2015. We know that very well in Chicago, and haven't really had much chance to talk about it. But how about that Millennium Park shooting, the 54-year-old man who was shot and killed at Randolph and Monroe?
So strange. He was with his family. Yeah.
Millennium Park,
Millennium Park.
On Monroe in Michigan, I should say.
He was with his family. They just went to a wine tasting. They were walking down Michigan Avenue, near Michigan Avenue, and there was a group of people handing out flyers about some religious group, and they got into a discussion with them, and this guy rolls up on a bike and shoots him. And then rides his bike away, and it was easy to spot him, Dan, because he had this very distinctive tattoo all over his face and his
at the
forehead,
top of his head.
It
was a big tattoo. Yeah. So here's the thing.
What the heck's going on in this world?
The thug murderer who shot and killed this 54-year-old man
from Berwyn,
from Millennium Park. As the Onion said. The Onion now doing straight reporting, apparently, because Tiny Dancer and the left make themselves impossible to parody. Onion story. Rahm, they use. Rahm, concerned as violent crime starts to impact neighborhoods he gives us crap about.
Oh, really? This was on the Onion?
The Onion, yeah. Which is pretty accurate. And, by the way, that individual charged with the murder who has been denied bail, arrested 39 times for convictions on gun-related charges.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been out anyway.
So remember that example when you hear Tiny Dancer say it's $36 million in these youth mentoring programs and getting law-abiding citizens to turn in their guns. That's the real solution to the crime problem in Chicago. A related note, going back to that Charlotte shooting, new information. Picture coming into focus and not looking good for racial demagogues and looters like Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah, she's the one who stole some swag from the Charlotte Hornets store.
Yeah. I'm not saying she did. I'm not saying she didn't. I don't know where her whereabouts at the time. The gun that police said Keith Lamont Scott had was reportedly stolen in a residential breaking and entering. This, according to ATF, which interviewed the subject who is accused of stealing the gun and stated on the record that he sold the gun to Keith Scott. That's one piece of evidence.
And then they also are coming out confirming what the ABC station in Charlotte had said before, that his fingerprint, DNA, and blood were on that weapon.
And then on October 5th, a Gaston County District Court judge granted Keith Scott's wife a temporary restraining order. The court order told Scott not to go near his wife, 3 of their children, and the children's schools. Also, he was to turn over a black 9mm handgun he owned illegally. 11 days later, this from the restraining order, his wife dismissed the order against her husband, writing, "He's no longer a threat to me and my family." But 3 days prior to getting the order, she reported Keith Scott had kicked her, punched their 8-year-old in the head 3 times, and threatened to kill her with a gun.
And this was October 2015.
Last
October.
From Mrs. Scott's own words, quote, "He said he is a quote-unquote killer, and we should know that." She checked a box on the TRO saying her husband had threatened her with a gun before. And in addition to that, police saying the reason they rolled up on Scott was because he was outside of his car brandishing a gun.
Yeah, because they were at that apartment complex to serve a warrant on somebody else and saw him. Because everybody, I always wondered, why didn't they just wait it out with him in the car? But apparently he wasn't in the car. He got out of the car and was brandishing his gun.
And apparently he wasn't reading a book. Apparently he wasn't just rolling a joint. He made himself a threat to public safety, and that's why police pointed their weapons at him and repeatedly told him to put the gun down.
Which you can hear on on her tape that his wife took. You can hear them saying, "Put the gun down." You can hear him say it 5 times.
And which is why the Charlotte-Mecklenburg police chief, Kerr Putney, has said from the beginning, and including after the release of the dash cam and body cam video, when you have all the contextual evidence, and I do, then you understand what I'm saying, what I've said from the beginning is true, which it turns out to be. So which of the Black Lives Matter surrogates, starting with the Democrat nominee for President of the United States, would like to revise and extend their remarks?
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
History teaches us that America, the West, won the Cold War. The Soviet Union collapsed and millions were liberated from behind the Iron Curtain. But that's not how the Russians see it. To global communists, it was merely a strategic retreat. That's the theme of the film Collapse of Communism, The Untold Story by Robert Buchar. Join him to screen and discuss the film at a special free event hosted by the Heartland Institute in Arlington Heights. Buchar himself, a defector from Czechoslovakia, interviewed dozens of prominent defectors from the Soviet Union, former KGB agents, historians, and former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates to uncover the true story of how and why the Soviet Union fell. Global communism may be a shadow of its former self, but it's not dead, and neither is the desire of Russia to dominate the lives of others. Learn more at this free event at the Heartland Institute Wednesday, September 28th. Go to heartland.org to register or call 312-377-4000. That's 312-377-4000.
Hi, I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I'm always telling people to buy your product.
They're wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I love the product.
Thank God for Balance of Nature.
You know what, I just feel as if out of everything out there, it just makes the most sense.
I really enjoy the product.
I find them just wonderful.
I love it. It's definitely a good product, no question about it.
I love the Balance of Nature. It's really good. I really like it. Your product is phenomenal.
Good health is only a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Don't miss your opportunity to get a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Next up on our documentary reviews this morning, we've got a local one, Madigan, as in Mike, Power, Privilege, and Politics. We'll discuss it with Austin Berg from the Illinois Policy Institute at 8:38.
And then later, emails from Aunt Linda. She's got a theory as to why Hillary Clinton did so well during the debate. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we have 52 degrees. Congressional leaders may have cleared the way this morning for a spending bill to keep the government running until December in aid to House Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi and House Majority Speaker Paul Ryan have an agreement, they say, on a first step for aid to address Flint's lead-tainted water crisis. Dutch-led criminal investigation says there is solid evidence this morning that the Malaysian jetliner that was shot down over the eastern Ukraine more than 2 years ago was hit by a missile moved into that country from Russia. All 298 on board that plane were killed. Investigators taking a close look at video of a police shooting and killing of a black man in Southern California. It happened east of San Diego in El Cajon.
At one point, the male rapidly drew an object from his front pants pocket, placed both hands together on it, and extended it rapidly towards the officer, taking what appeared to be a shooting stance.
El Cajon Police Chief Jeff Davis says investigators found no weapon. President Obama will lead current and former U.S. officials at the funeral for former Israeli Prime Minister and President Shimon Peres. Firefighters are working to control an aggressive wildfire south of San Francisco Bay. Soldier who abandoned his post in Afghanistan will be in court today. Army Sergeant Bo Bergdahl has a pretrial hearing at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Politically, Joe Biden makes a stop in Chicago today, stumping for U.S. Senate candidate Tammy Duckworth, while Donald Trump and his daughter Ivanka campaign across the state, coming to Chicago's Bolingbrook Golf Club later for a fundraiser, while Hillary Clinton comes to Illinois tomorrow. Chicago Teachers Union authorizing a strike. The union's governing board will decide later today whether to send a 10-day strike notice to the State Education Labor Relations Board. Chicago sports, White Sox over Tampa Bay, 13-6. Cubs over the Pirates, 6-4. And the news is a service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have ADT, it's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees a spiral in the Clinton campaign.
Let me allow you to fully embrace how bad things are right now for the Clinton campaign with tightening polls, how good things are going for Donald Trump. It has turned in a major way. Donald Trump, once again, all of us who've raised concerns about Hillary Clinton's health are being vindicated.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
For over 4 years, foreclosure defense attorney Lou Bridges has shared the truth about foreclosures. For as little as $80, you can advertise your business in Lou's show on AM 560 The Answer. It's easy. Your advertisements will be professionally written and produced. You'll get credible exposure for your business on a radio station that touches listeners in 4 states. All sponsorships in the show are category exclusive. All sponsors must pass a rigorous vetting process prior to Lou endorsing and recommending your company to his listeners. Lou is looking for sponsors in the following categories: credit repair, HVAC, moving, siding, roofing, banking, IRS tax resolution, car dealers, painting, remodeling, and lawyers. Don't delay. Find out today how you can reach potential customers for only $80 a week with the Lou Bridges Show. To become a sponsor on AM 560 The Answer, call Larry Chappell now at 847-312-8197. That's 847-312-8197.
8:37. Let's check our roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the
First,
inbound
you
Eden's
supported
delay
Obama's
started Peterson,
Trans-Pacific
30 minutes
Partnership
late
deal,
cooked to
and then
Montrose,
you were
outbound
against
40.
it.
The Kennedy,
I think
an
the
hour and
people
3
deserve
minutes.
to
So here
know.
to downtown,
Are
outbound
you down
43
with
minutes.
TPP?
Ike, an hour and a half. Thorndale
I'm
to
not
the
down
post
with
office,
TPP.
Crash in California on the right side.
No, you're supposed to
How about
say,
43 minutes?
yeah, you
Stevenson,
know me.
an hour and 15 minutes. 3:55
Like the
to
hip-hop
Lakeshore
group.
Don't
Drive,
tell me what
outbound
to
40
say.
minutes. Ryan,
Fine,
36
Lewis.
minutes, 95th
Country
to downtown.
business.
This reported a mess. 159th to past 130th. 2 right lanes are blocked. A truck crash. There's a fuel spill. A transformer hit a viaduct. Avoid the area. Northbound Tri-State breaking up a bit, but there's still delays. 95th to 31st. At the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow busing to Lee. Westbound from the Tri-State to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy, breezy, occasional rain, 62 for a high temp today. Currently 53. Next news coming up at 9, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Mike Madigan, he is the Illinois House Speaker. He is the longest-serving State House Speaker in the history of our country. And things are going not great in Illinois.
No, I don't think things
They're
are
not
going
great.
well.
I think they could be better. And
Fraudulent spending by our government officials, yes.
And of course, it's not something
Stop.
where all the problems that afflict Illinois didn't occur, overnight. It's taken, the 40 years that Mike Madigan's been in power to get to this point of being the worst governed state in the nation. So how did he get here? How does he stay in power despite the performance of the state? And how do so many of his minions that provide the expanse of his power, how do they stay in their Tony sinecures as well? Well, there's a documentary that's coming out next month, already north of 1 million views just on the trailer. That's how interested people are in the topic of Mike Madigan, this rather enigmatic political figure that's dominated the Illinois political landscape for the past 4 decades. More than 1.2 million views on the trailer. The documentary coming out next month. Illinois Policy Action produced it. And here to talk to us about it is a writer for the Illinois Policy Institute, with which I am affiliated. He is Austin Berg. Austin, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
So to give us the kind of just the backstory on the genesis of the Madigan documentary idea and the questions it attempts to explore and answer.
Yeah, no problem. So at the Illinois Policy Institute, we work on a bunch of different policy issues. We work on pensions, we work on education, we work on criminal justice reform, all these things. And yet the number one question we would get literally day after day after day was, what do I do about Mike Madigan? So that was sort of the genesis of the idea, is that there was such demand. And you mentioned the views on the trailer. Clearly there's demand for something like this. But a guy who's been in power since, before the Beatles broke up, he became the 13th Ward committeeman. And people are really interested in the genesis of his power, really interested in how it's been consolidated. And they're really interested in seeing how this has happened in a state without term limits, that one man has been able to consolidate power for such a long time.
Wow. So Mike Madigan, I'm sure he's aware of this documentary. Did you try to reach out to him at all?
Yes, he declined to be interviewed through his spokesman, but we interviewed a bunch of different political science professors, we interviewed political writers, we interviewed former politicians, a bunch of different people. But the speaker himself was not interested in speaking with us.
And give us the kind of the cross-section of the subjects who commented on Mike Madigan, whether it's from a historical perspective or a political perspective or a personal perspective. Are we running the gamut of philosophies and party affiliations?
Certainly. So we talked with Rich Miller, who's has been a State House commentator for a really long time. He gave fantastic color to one of the most powerful aspects of Madigan's reign, and that is his patronage army, his patronage system. He compared Madigan's operation to Paulie in Goodfellas, In essence, in return for support, the Speaker will provide protection for his favored workers and Democratic House members. A political science professor at University of Illinois in Chicago, Nick Simpson, gave similar color to that. We also had, we didn't just have experts, we had a Madigan patronage worker reach out to us. He spoke anonymously, literally made us pick him up and drop him off in different locations, wanted us to protect his identity. But this patronage system, I think, is really the thing that came out of the woodwork while doing this. And it doesn't just hurt taxpayers, it hurts. It's hard to feel sorry for them, but it hurts the government workers caught up in that system because they fear for their livelihood when one person can sort of pull the strings on a whim.
Is everybody afraid of Mike Madigan?
Well, I guess that's the question that I think you're getting to, Austin, when you talk about, you co-opt so many people and you have essentially control over their livelihoods, then you have fear.
Absolutely. And we saw this sort of culture of political culture of fear and favoritism firsthand. We couldn't even get a production house in Illinois to produce this film. We went to 3. They loved the idea. They knew this was something that had to be talked about, and they wouldn't even make the film for fear of reprisal. And of course, it's not just fear through patronage. It's fear through being able to control the legislative maps for 3 out of the last 4 decades. It's being able to have totally despotic control over the way a bill becomes a law in Illinois. It's everything. It's not just payrolls. It's rules. It's maps. It's all of these things that have been consolidated in one man.
Does this 60-minute documentary dive into his personal life or his relationship with his adopted daughter, Lisa Madigan?
We don't touch much on his personal life. We do talk to some residents in his ward and in his district. Mm-hmm. We do talk about the fact that despite all this corruption in Illinois, it's the 3rd most corrupt state in the nation. Chicago is the most corrupt city in the nation. And yet we don't see our state attorney general doing as much as other state attorney generals to stop public corruption. I believe in the first decade of her tenure, there were only a very small handful of public officials convicted for any sort of crime under her tenure, and most were for things like DUIs or drug possession, nothing really serious. So we do talk to a few people that explore, whether or not it's a good idea, whether this is a conflict of interest to have the daughter of the most powerful person in the state serve as sort of a watchdog.
And the maintenance of Madigan's power on a go-forward basis, in addition to the patronage army that you described, what are the other sources of his staying power?
Well, he says it himself, actually, in this really interesting interview we found about a decade ago. He did with the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute. And he says it's not, he doesn't become speaker by magic, right? He doesn't become speaker by edict. He needs 60 members to vote for him for speaker every 2 years. And since he first came onto the political scene, made a huge splash after the 1980 census, making the 1982 legislative maps, the House Democratic Caucus said, this guy's our king now. This map is so fantastic. We've never seen anything like it. He's going to become our speaker. And for all but 2 years since then, they have had the opportunity to vote him in for speaker, and they've continued to do so. So that's another source of power.
How long has John Cullerton been his partner in crime?
Literally.
I believe it's going on two decades, right? 2 or 3 decades. Dan probably knows better. We didn't explore President Cullerton's influence very much in this film. We wanted to keep the scope sort of tight.
But it goes to the kind of incestuous relationship, right? Cullerton is the godson of Madigan's son, and it's just that's kind of the crime family analogy is apt. It's under color of law, of course, but all the you have the branches, and you kind of work your way up, and at the top is Mike Madigan, regardless of who the governor is, regardless of who our federal officers are, regardless of who the Senate president is, frankly, because he's been at the top of that pyramid even when back in the 90s into the first part of the 21st century when Pate Phillip was the Senate president. It all goes back to Madigan for the better part of 3.5 decades.
Sure. I think the other source of power we haven't even touched on, and the Cullerton family certainly has been involved in this, is property tax law in Cook County. And we sent a crew out to, film all the beautiful buildings we have in downtown Chicago. And you wouldn't think politics have a big role in that beauty in downtown Chicago, but then you sort of start marking the buildings where Madigan has worked to lower the property tax bill of all those places. So there's certainly a huge amount of leverage that comes with that. There's a huge amount of leverage coming with having a colleague in the Democratic Party, Joe Barrios, being the assessor that determines the value of those properties. It's an outlier. Illinois is an outlier on this, and I don't think residents have become too used to this being the norm in Illinois. And I think when people outside the state see this film, they're going to be really appalled with what we've allowed to happen.
Yeah, it's neo-feudalism in Illinois. Here's a question, too, about Mike Madigan, especially since there's all the discussion, including the presidential debate on Monday night, about release of tax returns from Mr. Trump. What about Mike Madigan's tax returns? I mean, how much money does this guy make working the property tax appeals system while writing property tax-related law? I mean, an inherent conflict, it would seem to me. But I'm no property tax appeals attorney. So it'd be fascinating to me to know, given Trump's tax returns and the amount of money Hillary Clinton and the Clintons have amassed by being in politics and public office and leveraging it. These are two federal issues that are both come together under one person named Mike Madigan. It'd be fascinating to know the kind of money he's amassed while he's been speaker.
Absolutely. And he said he never... Of course, he hasn't released the full records on this, but he's said in a good year he'll make about $1 million. So you can assume, over the years he's had this law firm since 1972 that he's made millions of dollars off of the property tax system. But you almost don't even need to know how. He could have made $10 from the system, because you see, just in the last General Assembly alone, more than nearly 100 property tax reform bills have died in his Rules Committee. That's a clear conflict of interest, and Illinois is paying the consequence for that because they pay among the highest or the highest property taxes in the nation. So we can talk all we want about him not being transparent about where he gets this money, but we know exactly the business that he's in, the connections that he's able to leverage, and then the power he's able to wield in the State House. And those things alone should be enough for pause.
He's had a lot of good years, and Illinois has had a lot of bad years while he's had a lot of good years. He is Austin Berg, Illinois Policy Institute writer, talking about the documentary that's coming out next month, Madigan, Power, Privilege, and Politics. And, Amy, we're screening it at the Freedom Summit.
Yes, the Madigan documentary that we've just been discussing will be screened at Freedom Summit, and tickets are still available. So please go to freedomsummitchicago.com. It's October 29th, and be a part of the activities for the day and see the screening of this film.
Austin, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Where is Mike Madigan's home? Is very modest. If he's making all these millions, where's his real home?
It's just like the old mobsters. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Oh, my goodness.
There's a castle in Ireland somewhere with Madigan's name on it.
Or I heard of maybe a nice place in Naples. Today, mostly cloudy, as you can see. It'll be breezy out there. Just kind of a gray day. Some rain on and off, a high of 62. Let's get those travel times. How's that inbound Kennedy doing? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, you'll hit the brakes starting around Nagel. Then it's an hour from O'Hare to downtown, 38 minutes from Montrose. It's 22 in the Express. Outbound 37 minutes downtown to the airport. Edens, 27 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 37. The Ike, an hour and a half. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 41 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan is 36 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford jammed 159th to past 130th. Two right lanes are blocked with a truck crash, fuel spill. There's a transformer messed up in that area. There's an outbound Gapers delay as well, starting at the 115th. Ryan, 36 minutes, 95th to downtown. NFL Tri-State slows 75th to 31st. After the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Veterans Memorial slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Lake Street to 290. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
On AM 560, The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Bev was self-employed when she called me to refinance last year, but I couldn't help her because she didn't make any money. Bev shut down her business, secured a salary job, and called to pay off over 50 G's of credit card debt she accumulated keeping her business afloat. I helped Bev refinance to pay off all her debt and reduced her payments over $2,000 a month. A lot of listeners think you have to wait 6 months after securing a job to get a mortgage. Wrong! If you're now receiving a salary after being self-employed and would like to pay off debt to lower your monthly payments like Bev did, give me a call at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License D4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me.